No.
It's like we're all here. Probably. Good evening.
And it fluctuates.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to order. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Starting today, we have prayer and pledge of allegiance. So who do we have here to pray? Come on forward, introduce yourself briefly, and thank you for leading us.
My name is Dennis Perkins. I represent the Holland area, the chaplain at a retirement home, American House, and also Spring Lake. And so I come and thank you very much for the invitation. Let's pray together, shall we? Heavenly Father, I thank you for the gifts and abilities that you have granted our leaders here today. You've given us individuals with wisdom and a desire to work with others to build and maintain this great community. I pray that you will guide our councilmen and women as they meet and discuss matters with regard to Ottawa County. I pray they will be able to discuss and tackle the important issues that are needful and be efficient in handling those things. I pray that the motivation used in everything they want to do is that for the good of the public and for your best for us. Thank you, our Lord, for giving us the privilege of serving Ottawa County. And may you remind us that we are here to serve and not to be served, just as Christ came to serve and save us. It is in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Ebel, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Thank you. Okay, we could please go to roll call.
Yes, sir. Ms. Cosby,
here.
Mrs. Ebel,
Here.
Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema,
Here.
Mr. Moss,
Here.
Mr. Terpstra,
Here.
Mrs. Curran, Mrs. Rhodey,
Here.
Mr. Belknap,
Here.
Mr. Bergman,
Here.
and Mrs. Medema.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, next up on our agenda for today is public comment. So this is the time where members have three minutes to come forward and address the board. Mr. Clerk, do we have a list?
We do, currently containing 43 individuals. Public comment number 1 is Michael Cross, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening. I'm Michael Curras, Spring Lake Township. I'd like to address a topic that I've brought to your attention before. It has to do with including the name, the address, and the subject of individuals who come before you to speak. I have talked to the clerk. I've talked to the county administrator. They see no problem in modifying very slightly the process that we're currently following, where an individual identifies themselves and provides an address or residence for themselves. Modifying that to include a subject, I think, is a small step to advance your agenda of improving the transparency of public affairs in Ottawa County. At the same time, I'd also ask you to consider restoring to your agenda an item that has been present for years, decades, where at the close of meetings, you commissioners can address one another, informing them of various events that you've participated in or thoughts that come to mind. That was originally a part of your monthly agenda. In the last 3 meetings, it's been absent. So if that continues, I would encourage the chair to encourage all of the other members of the board to take the opportunity of public comment to speak to yourselves and to the rest of the county. There's no reason why you can't, in the capacity of a private citizen, address yourselves. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Public comment number 2 is Ken Willison from Spring Lake Township.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ken Willison. I live in Spring Lake Township. My wife and I moved here from Kent County just 3 years ago. We love it here. We love this community. We're planning to stay. But I'm here tonight to express my dismay. I'm dismayed that the leadership of this commission has removed from the agenda your opportunity to go on the record about a topic of your choice during a public meeting. Of course, I'm talking about commissioner comments and questions. But why should I even care? Well, let me tell you, I'm a retired public school principal, a job I held for 27 years. I also served as a planning commissioner in Sparta, Michigan for 3 terms, and I served on the board of directors for 2 different statewide professional organizations for a number of years. So I've been involved in literally hundreds of different types of governance meetings. I've been in meetings that were run efficiently and accomplished a lot, and I've been in meetings that were ineffectively run, doing little more than stir up discontent. That being said, in my experience, effective organizations give everyone on the leadership team an opportunity to speak freely at some point in a public meeting. I cannot understand why that's such a controversial idea for some of you. It serves a real purpose. It gives team members a chance to go on the record about a topic of their choice. It provides a sort of relief valve for any member that might be feeling unheard, and it just overall improves communication. Limiting the ability of commissioners to go on the record during a public meeting worries me a lot Best practice has shown that commissioners will benefit from having an opportunity to go on the record with the full commission. And such an opportunity should be given as part of the agenda. It should not be required to have advance permission from the chair. Requiring advance permission puts way too much control about what gets discussed in the hands of one person, the chair. And quite frankly, I've never seen a chair that's always impartial. So why give that power to anyone? I just don't get it. Give the commissioners back their agenda item. Codify their opportunity to go on the record about any topic at some point during a meeting. Stop trying to handle things behind closed doors. If you can do that, you just might find that you can actually begin to work together effectively for the benefit of us all. But if you don't, well, put on your seatbelts because you're in for a long, bumpy ride. Thank you, and express my support for Adeline Hambley and the health department in general.
Thank you.
Number 3 is Joe Murray, Holland City.
Good evening. My name is Joe Murray and I'm a resident of the city of Holland. I've been in Ottawa County for about 30 years and my grandfather once sat on this board. So I appreciate you guys and all the work you're doing. However, I have questions. The Ottawa County Board of Commissioners, under the direction of Ottawa Impact Back Commissioners, is choosing to use our tax dollars to fund a jobs program benefiting their friends at the expense of the citizens of Ottawa County. I believe the board owes the residents of our county an explanation for that. Let's look at your brief track record. You hired via a last-minute non-agenda item a new county administrator whose most common political trait is losing. Prior to his hiring by this commission, he was unable to convince a Republican-controlled Senate that he was qualified to run the federal government's Human Resources Department with a Republican White House to back him. The logical conclusion is that enough senators found him unqualified to lead in government. Then he moved to West Michigan, a reliably safe Republican district, and we had to watch the disaster that was the 2022 Republican or general election. The GOP held that seat longer than most people in this room have been alive, and now it's a Democrat seat. This commission, via last-minute agenda, adopted, then hired him. You used our tax dollars to give a job to your political buddy who could not win a reliable Republican seat, and you gave him a salary in excess of $210,000. Just 2 weeks ago, we discovered that he is not even capable of the job you gave him. You ousted a competent and prudent administrator who cost us about $50,000 less a year. And now Mr. Gibbs himself told us that running Ottawa County is like drinking from a fire hose. His words, not mine. That sounds a lot like an admission he knows he's in over his head. So he's asking for an additional administrator for another $140,000. Mr. Moss, why? Mr. Gibbs claims that he will be taking this money from the DEI initiative. That's false. We all know that that's false. You could give this money back to the taxpayers of Ottawa County. That's $1 for almost every resident in this county. You could give that back. Most Republican administrations would view it that way. As we discuss fiscal responsibility, what is with the connection with Coleman Legal Group? Mr. Chairman, your partner's name is Coleman, is it not? Now a firm with the same name is being paid by us, another last-minute agenda item that rewards your friends well. Just another incestuous welfare rewards program for your friends and allies at the taxpayer's expense. Redistribution of our property seems to be the primary goal of your board. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4 is Barbara Lee Van Horsen, Grand Haven City.
Barbara Lee Van Horsen, resident of the city of Grand Haven and experimenter at the Momentum Center. I'm addressing you today as a grateful recipient of funding from the county's mental health millage. In 2017, we were awarded a contract with CMH that allowed us to open the Momentum Center in Grand Haven and begin creating community for people with mental illness, addictions, and disabilities. A year later, we added a program for youth beginning at 11 years old. And 1 year ago, we opened the Momentum Center in Holland. The Momentum Center is not a political organization. Our goal is that every person be fully visible and connected. I've been encouraging you to attend the Grand Haven Spring Lake Chambers Envisioning Our Future series. Last week, we heard from Chief Justice Bernstein. As someone who had experienced exclusion himself, he prompted us all to reflect on what it feels like to be in high school, searching for your place in the lunchroom. I ask you to reflect on that as well. You've probably had a similar experience yourself. In our heart, we all carry the pain of our high school self, longing for a place to sit. We all need a sense of belonging. If we don't have that, we feel isolated and alone, even in a room like this, a room full of people. If we don't have a place of belonging, we easily succumb to depression and anxiety. The Momentum Center gives people a place where they belong, whoever they are, whatever their story, whatever their background, whatever their dreams. And as a result, our members are experiencing statistically significant improvements in depression, anxiety, and loneliness. But the Momentum Center isn't about creating one space in our community for people to feel safe but separated. It is about social integration with each other and with the larger community. As a result, our members are gaining confidence and the skills to work in our community, to interact in our churches, and the skills to work through each other in difficult times. This is something for all of us to celebrate as a community. The mental health millage has created a lifeline of critical support for people throughout Ottawa County, and it's something we can all be proud of supporting. It's also a good investment. Research conducted by Then Atlas in partnership with Michigan State University shows that for every dollar we receive from the millage, we're creating a $4 return on investment for Ottawa County. I ask you again to come visit our sites in Grand Haven and Holland so that you can see for yourself the impact it makes when people feel fully visible and connected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5 is McKenna Grennan, Muskegon County.
Good evening, everyone. My name is McKenna Grennan. I'm currently a 22-year-old young professional, and I'm here tonight to advocate for the Momentum Center as a board member and a member. The Momentum Center has been a safe haven for me since they opened. I started volunteering there when I was 16 years old, and I was really struggling in high school. The Momentum Center provided me a space where I could feel like myself, where I felt like people heard me, people respected me, where I had a community of others who cared for everybody there. I, again, started as a volunteer when I was 16 years old. I worked there as an employee for 2 years. And I'm a current member who suffers from mental health issues. And I go to the Momentum Center when I just need to smile, when days are just so hard that I don't even know what to do. And as a suicide attempt survivor, I can't emphasize enough the positive impacts that the Momentum Center has had on my life and my family's life. I invite the county commissioners to visit the Momentum Center if you haven't before and really see the positive impact that they have on our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6 is Kerry Korpi, Grand Haven City.
Hello, I'm Kerry Korpi. I'm a retired teacher from Jenison, and I live in the city of Grand Haven, and I'm a volunteer at the Momentum Center. The Momentum Center, as you have heard, is a nonprofit organization that focuses on community for people with mental illness, addictions, and disabilities. It only costs $1 a year, and so it's easy to join, to be a member, and you don't need a formal diagnosis or a referral from anyone to join. The Momentum Center offers social, recreational, and educational opportunities, classes for members, and in both Grand Haven and Holland. I became a volunteer because I believe in humanity for all people. I believe in social justice, not only for a few, but for all. And I believe that we need to dialogue to learn and understand each other better in order to make these decisions that we have to make in our world. The Momentum Center respects many voices. I lead a journal writing class at the Momentum Center, and I have found this to be so rewarding because we have such a heterogeneous group there, mostly adults. And in one chair, you'll have a woman who has so many meaningful things to say, but she can't write. And so you write for her. In another chair, you have a man who has been through a lot of trauma in his life, but he gets up every morning to come to the Momentum Center so that he can feel supported. And there he is accepted for himself, and no one, and if he gets down, people help you up. So it's really a wonderful spot to be. If you used to watch the show Cheers, maybe you would get a feel for that, but it's not a bar. Each year, the Momentum Center has a prom with a purpose, which is coming up May 20th. It's at the Trillium Event Center in Spring Lake. We invite all of you from high school age to over 100 to come and enjoy. It's a dinner and dancing and a place where inclusivity is at the head of it. It's an amazing evening of fun and acceptance. And as my husband said from last year's prom, I asked, what did you observe through the night? Because he really sat in his chair. He doesn't dance. So he said that what he has observed is everywhere you look, you see love and kindness, which is so true. I'm seeing firsthand the positive difference that the Momentum Center is making in people's lives, and I'm grateful that it is part of our community in Grand Haven. In 2022, we have had 648 mass shootings in America. That is a number that we should all be staggered with, and of course, in lieu of yesterday. And to believe that's just in 1 year. Mental illness and mental health initiatives are at an all-time high need right now. We need them more than ever, and each town would benefit from a Momentum Center at its core. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7 is Tom Parker, City of Zeeland.
Good evening. My name is Tom Parker, City of Zeeland. First, I want to add my support for Ottawa County Health Officer Adeline Hambley and thank all those who work for the Ottawa County Health Department. Second, I come before all of you with a simple message. Joe Moss is not your boss. Again, Joe Moss is not the boss. What I have witnessed during the past 2 months since the commissioners have taken office is that a majority of the commissioners seem to be in lockstep with a man that says, let freedom ring, but who really doesn't believe it, even within the walls of this chamber. Right after the commissioners took office, I stood here and shared my concern for past public comments made by Ottawa Impact commissioners about the press and the freedom of the press. Ottawa Impact commissioners openly stated that the press was fake news, an opponent, and a bully. They showed disdain for the freedom of the press, even after swearing to uphold our Constitution, which includes freedom of the press. Unfortunately, this continues. Now I notice that a second part of the First Amendment, freedom of speech, is being trashed, even at the expense of fellow commissioners. The chairman, Joe Moss, has limited the commissioners, including my commissioner, from speaking, not allowing questions to be asked. He stated that it's best to have conversations behind those closed doors and away from the public's ears. Many commissioners even voted to bar their own freedom of speech within these walls for themselves and their fellow commissioners by eliminating the general information, comments, and meeting attended portion of their agenda. Why would they want to take away their own freedom of speech and that of their fellow commissioners? Is it such a threat and an abomination that commissioners are afraid to express themselves, share thoughts and opinions, ask questions, and most importantly, share information with the people of Ottawa County? Really? What constitutional right will be taken away next? Freedom of assembly? The right of a redress of grievances? The commissioners have an opportunity to say no and allow freedom to ring, allow freedom of speech to continue within all of these walls. My hope is that each of them is not intimidated, that each is a lion, not a sheep, a person, not a patsy, and that you don't let Joe Moss be your boss. May freedom of speech for the commission be preserved, and with it, freedom of speech for the citizens of Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 8 is Ryan Anderson, Chester Township.
My name is Ryan Anderson from Chester Township. The Lord raises the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap. The Lord executes justice for the oppressed. He gives food to the hungry. The Lord sets the prisoners free. He has regarded the prayer of the destitute and has not despised their prayer. I know that the Lord will maintain the cause of the afflicted and justice for the poor. Good evening, Chairman Moss and the entire Board of Commissioners. As I have just read from the Word of God, the Lord, the Almighty Creator God, has great regard for the poor amongst us. It is very safe to say that none has greater concern for the poor and needy amongst us than He. Yet at the same time, God has severely limited your role as commissioner as to how you may address the concerns of the poor. Therefore, take heed that you not incur the judgment of God and exercise your authority in an unlawful manner. For God has not granted to you the authority to confiscate the wealth of some in order to finance housing projects, homeless shelters, and other welfare programs, even the Momentum Center. Instead, God has ordained first the individual, then the family, and then the church, never the government, as a means to meet the material and spiritual needs of the poor. It is only because the communist has spurned the concept of sin and personal responsibility and has despised God's gracious institutions of the family and the church to meet the needs of the poor, that they then turn to government, which can only enslave them. If you do what is right, you will be maligned as uncompassionate. But let me encourage you with this. Do not for a second have regard for the calls to have compassion from those who celebrate the butchering and dismembering of precious children in their own mother's womb. They have no moral standing. Neither is it compassionate to force citizens from their home at gunpoint because they cannot pay their taxes in order to maintain the claim to be compassionate for those who will not provide for themselves or seek aid from God's gracious provision of the family or the church. Neither is it just to tax the rich what they have rightfully gained to fund unjust welfare programs. Do not presume that you can do better than God in securing prosperity for those whom God loves and cares for far more than anyone else in the world ever could. This God, His way is perfect. The word of the Lord proves true, and He is a shield to all those who take refuge in Him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 9 is Kendra Wenzel, Hudsonville City.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kendra Wenzel, Hudsonville, Michigan. I would like to thank the board today for the opportunity to speak. And I'm here today to voice my support for the appointment of Nathaniel Kelly as the Administrative Health Officer of Ottawa County. The local news sources continue to disparage Nate's scientific approach to public health, specifically his COVID policies. Nate stated that mask mandates, lockdowns, and social distancing are ineffective practices for aerosolized infectious diseases such as COVID. I would like to read an excerpt from the Johns Hopkins University professor, Dr. Marty Macri's presentation at the U.S. House Select Subcommittee Roundtable on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Printed documentation here with the link to his presentation included. From this point on, I will be quoting Dr. Macri. The greatest perpetrator of misinformation during the pandemic has been the United States government. Misinformation that COVID was spread through service transmission, that vaccinated immunity was far greater than natural immunity, that masks were effective. Now we have the definitive Cochrane review, printed documentation of the Cochrane review here. What do we do with that review? Cochrane is the most authoritative evidence body in all of medicine and has been for decades. Do we just ignore it and not talk about it? That myocarditis was more common after the infection than after the vaccine. Not true. It is 4 to 28 times more common after the vaccine. That young people benefit from a booster. Misinformation.
Our two top experts on vaccines quit the FDA in protest over this particular issue, pushing boosters in young, healthy people. The data was never there. That's why the CDC never disclosed hospitalization rates among those boosted Americans under the age of 50. That vaccine mandates would increase vaccination rates. The George Mason University study shows it did not. It did do one thing, it created never vaxxers. Over and over again, we've seen something that goes far beyond using your best judgment with the information at hand. We've seen something which is unforgivable, and that is the weaponization of medical research itself. The CDC putting out their own shoddy studies, like their own study on natural immunity, looking at one state for 2 months when they had data for years on all 50 states. Why did they report only one sliver of data when they did the salami slice of the giant database? Because it gave them the results that they wanted. The same with masking mandates. The data has now caught up in giant systematic reviews. Public health officials were intellectually dishonest and they lied to the American people, end of quote. Also at the House Select Subcommittee hearing was Stanford University medical professor, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. He told them that the anti-scientific choices made by the US federal government during the COVID pandemic had damaged the reputation of public health in the eyes of the people. It's time for Ottawa County to have an administrative health officer that actually does follow the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 10 is Emily Korschnack, Village of Spring Lake.
Good evening. My name is Emily Korschnack. I live in the Village of Spring Lake, and I serve as treasurer on the board of directors for the Momentum Center. As steward of the organization's finances, one of my most important responsibilities is ensuring that all of the money we receive is used in accordance with the terms under which it was given and in alignment with our tax status as a 501c3 organization. The Momentum Center receives funds from a variety of public and private sources, including grants, individual donations, and partnerships with taxpayer-funded organizations. In all of these cases, our organization takes seriously the responsibility and obligation to use this money appropriately and also make a record of this with rigorous financial controls. We are proud to receive funding from the county's community mental health organization to provide social and recreational programming to our communities. This programming directly benefits around 240 Momentum Center members. These are wonderful people who may be struggling with mental illness, addiction, or disabilities. The programming we provide gives all of these people a place to belong, and in doing so, it indirectly benefits hundreds more, including the friends and families of our members and all of us who share a community together. As I have said, the Momentum Center can demonstrate all the money provided through the county funds is used on the social and recreational programming for which it is intended. In addition, we've used grant funding from other sources to conduct research with professional scientists that demonstrates the effectiveness of the work we do. According to our studies, each millage dollar spent at the Momentum Center creates a $4 return on investment. This frees up valuable services at the county's community mental health organization, allowing clinical professionals and other service providers to spend time with those most in need of their services. I'm proud to share this fact with all of you, but I am most proud of the smiles I see on the faces of the people that we work with. We at the Momentum Center seek to bring the community together through our programming, and also in other ways, including our community conversations, the Momentum Cafe in Grand Haven, the Momentum Ice Cream Parlor in Holland, a variety of support groups, and community events. We believe all of this work plays a role in creating a healthy, stigma-free community. We also respect the intention of our public dollars and provide these benefits through many sources of funding, as well as the time of our generous volunteers. I hope all of you will take the opportunity to visit one of our locations or participate in one of our community events and see the work that we do firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 11 is Stephen Rockman, Grand Haven Township.
Evening, Commissioners. There's a parallel between the Declaration of Independence and the Ottawa Impact Contract. The signers of the Declaration of Independence declared, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Likewise, the signers of the Ottawa Impact Contract declared to the people of Ottawa County to promote and protect liberty and freedom by valuing the people of Ottawa County above the interest of government, corporations, or special interests. I will boldly take action to thwart tyranny, government overreach, and injustice in Ottawa County. In both declarations, the signers made personal sacrifices and a pledge to the citizens. Made this pledge in the spirit of Benjamin Franklin, who said, "We must hang together, or surely we shall hang separately." But like the patriots of the American Revolution, Ottawa Impact has its own Benedict Arnold. Like the Benedict Arnold of the Revolution, Ottawa Impact's Benedict Arnold has personalized differences of opinion, exaggerated perceived slights, and has shown himself to be personally ambitious to the betrayal of the cause and his brothers in arms, whether at board meetings or social media. At its website, Ottawa Impact states, "We ask the people to give encouragement to those who fulfill their promises and to hold those accountable who do not. Ottawa Impact will make available certain voting records, but the people of Ottawa are ultimately responsible for holding elected individuals accountable. I am here to hold this elected individual accountable. He is in this for himself. His personal ambition is obvious. From campaigning on the coattails of Ottawa Impact, from voting to grandstand, his public comment stunt, building himself up and tearing down Ottawa Impact in press releases and social media, seeking new political alliances with the Democrat and Ottawa objects, culminating in his declaration to leave Ottawa Impact. He seems to have forgotten that he ran on a platform, but like many in the GOP, has shown contempt for it by betraying his base and courting the left. They are known as rhinos, just like the last board. Now it is up to the people of Ottawa County to decide. He is being used by his new friends, just like Benedict Arnold. He will surely hang separately in 2024. God bless you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Number 12 is Sandy Benton, Spring Lake Township.
Thank you. Time and again, the media and other groups used disparaging language against Nathaniel Kelly. They ignored his military experience and discriminate against him for his HVAC career, as if it's not meaningful or relevant. Yet it's been proven just how important his career knowledge is in the age of biological warfare, as COVID is now showing likely to be. I was privileged to attend a Hillsdale conference recently entitled Big Pharma, and I learned that with the extreme pollution of Chinese land, the Chinese Communist Party wants our American soil. The best way to do that is biological warfare. The inconsistent and extreme response of our once trusted leaders during the age of COVID has shown us that the science we followed has merely been propaganda, as Kendra pointed out. We have seen it daily, the Twitter hearings in Congress, our own government colluding to censor and manipulate discussion. Rather than use discernment and critical thinking, health agencies have been known to coerce and pressure repeatedly, making it almost impossible to use trusted therapies like vitamin D and other effective medications. And now with the release of the Pfizer documents, we can also see clearly the dangerous risks associated with the COVID vaccine. We need leaders who understand that science is never settled and that bioterrorism is here to stay. Leaders who have experience, medical knowledge, and level-headedness to navigate these new waters. As a combat veteran, Nathaniel Kelly possesses several qualities that make him an effective leader who can handle adversity and change. He has experience with high-stress situations and has trained to perform under extreme pressure. He has faced life-threatening conditions, including direct live fire engagement. He has learned to make quick decisions, adapt to changing circumstances, and effectively lead a team. Combat veterans have had to operate in environments where the situation can change rapidly with high uncertainty. Combat veterans have faced adversity and trauma and developed the strength to bounce back from setbacks. They are better equipped to handle difficult situations and lead their teams through challenging times. Combat veterans have a strong sense of responsibility and commitment to their mission and their team, and they're willing to put the needs of others before their own and are committed to achieving the mission. In combat, collaboration is essential for success. Combat veterans have worked closely with their team members and have developed strong teamwork skills. They know how to motivate and inspire their team and how to work together to achieve a common goal. As mankind continues to play God with science, biological warfare will continue to be a threat to our nation, state, and county. Overall, the experience and skills gained by combat veterans make them excellent leaders who can handle adversity and change. Mr. Kelly has great respect for following a chain of command, paying attention to detail, and successfully leading a team. With his career history and medical background, he is the right person to carefully assess and respond to future threats to thoughtfully protect Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 13 is Sheila Detloff, Holland Township.
Good evening, Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. First, I just want to say that our health officer, Adeline Hampley, and all employees of the health department have my full support. Second, I've been a copy editor for more than 30 years, so I know that getting word usage and definitions correct is vital to communicating your message. So I'd like to clear up a few terms that have been misused lately. First, tenant, T-E-N-A-N-T. Definition, one who rents or leases a dwelling from a landlord. An example of incorrect usage, the DE&I office was built on the divisive tenets of critical race theory. An example of correct usage, the new makeup of the Housing Commission does not appear to be friendly to tenants, but will likely be very friendly to builders and realtors. Second, tenet, T-E-N-E-T. Definition, a principle, belief, or doctrine generally held to be true. Example, the core tenets of little d democracy include citizen participation, equality, accountability, and transparency. Transparency, definition, a quality that is characterized by accessibility of information, especially concerning business practices. Example, I will support a county resolution that instructs the county administrator to make county information public by default to increase transparency and accountability. You might recognize that. It's from the Ottawa Impact contract that some of you signed. Another example, a standing agenda item for commissioner comments and questions supports the transparency objective in your contract. Contract, definition, a binding agreement between two or more persons or parties. Example, commissioners cannot have a contract with the people of Ottawa County when the people of Ottawa County did not sign the contract. If we had, then we would be the ones with the authority to give someone the boot for not towing the line. Another example, when a new county administrator signs a contract, he or she should be prepared to fulfill the obligations laid out in it, rather than beg for more money to cover his or her shortcomings. There are many more, but my time is running out. My professional recommendation as a copy editor to the board is to proofread and edit anything that Washington, Jefferson, or Madison write before you copy and paste it into emails. They might have written the US Constitution, but I wouldn't trust anyone who doesn't know the difference between tenant and tenet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14 is Cindy Cornelia, Talmadge Township.
Pretty good there. Hello, I'm Cindy Cornelia from Talmadge Township. I'm here to once again speak on the education of Nathaniel Kelly and support, give him support for being the administrative health officer of Ottawa County. Rule theory of the Michigan Administration Code outlines the qualifications for an administrative health officer, and they're as follows. Have a Master of Public Health or a Master of Science degree with 3 years of full-time public health administrative experience, or related graduate degree with 5 years of full-time experience, or a bachelor's degree and 8 years of full-time experience with 5 years, which shall be in the administration, a broad range of public health programs. Nate Kelly's academic credentials exceed those requirements. He has 2 master's degrees, a Master of Science in Public Health and a Master of Science in Occupational Health from Columbia Southern University, or CSU. There's been a lot of criticism of CSU. If you go through the alumni section of the Columbia University LinkedIn page, you'll see that they have many other graduates that now work as directors, officers all around the country in a wide array of industries, including government positions and public health and safety departments. There's also been criticism of CSU's online programs. Remember, many other universities and programs are given online, such as Johns Hopkins, UNC, Chapel Hill, Harvard, CMU, and University of Michigan. Because of the accreditation standards and processes, graduates of the online programs receive the same rigorous level of education as traditional degree programs. Also, if you look at Columbia Southern University's LinkedIn page under people, CSU has been accredited by the Distance Education Accrediting Commission and by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. CSU is recognized by the U.S. Department of Education and Council for Higher Education and Accreditation. CSU has received several recognitions and awards for its online programs, including being ranked as one of the best online colleges in the nation by bestcolleges.com and being recognized as a military-friendly school by GI Jobs magazine for several consecutive years. CSU's flexible online programs allow them to cater to non-traditional students such as working adults, military members, first responders, homebound, handicapped. This allows them to earn a degree while having other responsibilities. Their faculty is also well experienced, qualified in their respective fields. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Number 15, Jeff King, Jamestown Township.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board of Commissioners. My name is Jeff King, Jamestown Township, resident of Ottawa County since 1965. All my information here is from a website called drpierrekorpi.com, last name Kory. Ivermectin is generally a safe medication and has been used over 4 billion times in people around the world for over 30 years in the treatment of parasitic diseases, and at those doses and durations, its side effects are considered by the WHO to be generally minor and transient. Originally introduced as a veterinary drug, it soon made historic impacts in human life and health, improving the nutrition, general health, and well-being of billions of people worldwide, ever since it was first used to treat river blindness in humans in 1988. It proved ideal in many ways, given that it was highly effective, broad spectrum, safe, well-tolerated, and could be easily administered. Although it was used to treat a variety of internal nematode infections, it was most known as the essential mainstay of 2 global disease elimination campaigns that has nearly rid the world of 2 of its most disfiguring and devastating diseases, elephantitis and river blindness. Numerous studies report low rates of adverse effects, with the majority mild, transient, and largely attributed to the body's inflammatory response to the death of the parasites, and include itching, rash, swollen lymph nodes, and joint pains, fever, and headache. In a study that combined results from trials including more than 50,000 patients, serious events occurred in less than 1% of them. Since 2012, a growing number of cellular studies have demonstrated that ivermectin has antiviral properties against an increasing number of RNA viruses, including influenza, Zika, HIV, dengue, and most importantly, SARS-CoV-2. Insights into the mechanisms of action by which ivermectin both interferes with the entrance and replication of SARS-CoV-2 within human cells are mounting. Ivermectin significantly inhibited SARS-CoV-2 replication in cell culture models, observing the near absence of all viral material within 48 hours after exposure to ivermectin. Meta-analyses based on 18 randomized controlled treatment trials of ivermectin and COVID-19 have found large, statistically significant reductions in mortality and time to clinical recovery and time to viral clearance. Furthermore, results from the numerous controlled prophylaxis trials report significantly reduced risk of contracting COVID-19 with the regular use of ivermectin. Finally, the many examples of ivermectin distribution campaigns leading to rapid population-wide decreases in morbidity and mortality indicate that an oral agent effective in all phases of COVID-19 has been identified. Thank you for your time. Let freedom ring.
Thank you.
Number 16 is David Moran, Allendale Township.
Thank you. All righty then. I want my time back. All right. I don't even need that. First, I'd like to say that on item 9D for your agenda tonight with the groundwater utilities engineering seat, I have some concern about that. Mr. Joe Bush is the current water resource employee / drain commissioner, has been for years, does an excellent job, knows the groundwater in Ottawa County better than just about anybody else there is. For him not to be on this board would not serve the community. He needs to be on this board. I don't know the other gentleman, but Mr. Bush needs to be there. He's a man of common sense and understanding, and he's approachable. That being said, in the past, I've come before this board and I've supported the direction change. I likened it as a ship that needed to be turned in a different direction. And if anybody has ever driven a ship, you will know that when you go to steer it and turn it, you have to oversteer sometimes, especially depending on which way the headwinds are. I recently learned some things about the comment section at the end of your agenda. It concerns me. I think we've oversteered a little bit. This board is made up of 11 individuals. Each one of you was elected into that position that you sit in. Neither one of you has any more authority than the other, except for two of you have some extra responsibility that has been given to you by the rest of the board. I like heated debate. I would say try not to throw too many punches, but it's good for this community. Multiple ideas are a wonderful thing. Now, make no mistake, I have sat on a board similar to this, and I have seen it become politicized because you can't change people's hearts. And those that will try to politicize that section, I would challenge you, do better than that. This community needs better than that. At the end of the day, we all go home to our families. And we all have to answer for what we've done. Remember, just because you're the majority today does not mean you won't be in the minority tomorrow. Do what's right for both sides and you'll never go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 17 is Harvey Nickel, Georgetown Township.
Thank you. My name is Harvey Nickel from Jenison. Thank you for fighting for our constitutional freedoms. I have a PhD in biochemistry and taught 45 years at Grand Valley before retiring. I strongly support the hiring of Nate Kelly as director of the Ottawa County Health Department. The local media keeps publishing denigrating articles about Mr. Kelly, saying that he's just an HVAC guy and has no previous experience in public health. This is entirely false. He has a master's in public health and a master's in occupational safety and health, and has been working as an environmental health and safety specialist for 3 different companies over the past 7 years. He's also being attacked by the media and some local doctors for his stance on the use of ivermectin to treat COVID. That's probably because they are victims of the horse dewormer propaganda campaign by Weber and Shandwick, the PR firm hired by Moderna, Pfizer, and the CDC to discredit the use of ivermectin. Notice how much the media pushes this narrative. Repeating a lie 1,000 times until people accept it as truth is one of the core principles of propaganda. Hundreds of doctors have saved thousands of lives using ivermectin, but they've all been censored by the big pharma, big tech censorship complex. All of their pages have been removed from all social media, and medical journals refuse to publish their research results showing the successful treatment of COVID with ivermectin. They've lost their positions in clinics and hospitals because of the pressure from big pharma, NIH, CDC, FDA, Tony Fauci, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Yes, ivermectin works. They all know it. That is why they're doing everything to squash that information, because the emergency use authorization for a vaccine cannot be granted if there is any other treatment available. Big Pharma, Gates and Fauci would lose billions if they allow ivermectin to treat COVID. allow me to read from an unclassified Department of Defense document, quote, ivermectin, identified as a curative in April 2020, quote, works throughout all phases of illness because it both inhibits viral replication and modulates the immune response, close quote. Here's a graph of the data from Uttar Pradesh, India, showing that the case and deaths dropped to near zero after they induced ivermectin as a treatment protocol. Here's the data from Japan, which shows that the hospitalizations dropped from 30,000 to 100 after ivermectin was recommended. Here's the data from Indonesia, where the cases rose to 50,000 after ivermectin was banned and then dropped to 50 after it was approved. Here's the treatment guidelines from COVID from the NIH website in July 2021 that has ivermectin second on the list of treatments. It's been now removed. I look forward to having a health director who is educated in science and has critical thinking skills that will allow him to discern between truth and propaganda. We need a health department that promotes the health of citizens and does not blindly follow the CDC mandates to produce huge profits. So I have the data for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 18 is Pam Drazinka, London Township.
Good board members, my name is Pam Drazinka, precinct delegate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to voice my support for the 6 commissioners that are following through on the commitments they made in their contract with the people of Ottawa County, and to expose the progressive agenda of the entities owning and controlling Ottawa County news coverage. Let me give you an example. In the contract with Ottawa, the following is one of the public policies that the commissioners agreed to support. I will support removing Ottawa County from the government allowance on race and equity membership and discontinuing Ottawa County's promotion of divisive teachings aligned with critical race theory. On January 3, the new board dissolved the DEI office. Awesome. Promises made, promises kept, a rarity in elected officials. So how did the local news react? On January 4, the Holland Sentinel posted an article criticizing every decision made on January 3, including the shuttering of the DEI office. I wonder why. Did local media direct that same lash on the previous commissioners when they hastily gave away $30 million to nonprofits, or when they refused to listen to the public about masking the children? The answer is no. In a recent Simply American article, they investigated 8 local news sources. Only one of the 8 is owned by a Michigan organization. The other 7 have been absorbed into national, private, or public corporations that profit from the community's trust in localism. The article dove into some of the public corporations to shed light on potential political bias from the local news stations. On the website of Gannett, the owner of the Holland Sentinel, there are pages dedicated to left-line ESG and inclusion. At Nexstar Media Group, owner of Wood TV8, DEI is listed as one of their corporate responsibilities. There is also an ESG policies page. ESG and DEI are core initiatives of the Democratic Party, actively countered by Republican leaders nationwide. With 7 of 8 local news sources being owned by private or public national corporations that proudly share their political bias on their websites, I have to ask if our not so local news is supplying the truth or a centrally dictated narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 19 is Bob Collins, Spring Lake Village.
I'm Bob Collins from Spring Lake Village. This paper is real. In the material physical universe, it is but a mere piece of paper. Its value as paper is low. However, its value as money in countries and cultures around the world is real. It is an imagined reality. We all agree on this. Even those who trade in gold would have to give in and accept paper money as an imagined reality. If they want to trade with others or with banks, Another example of an imagined reality is a corporation. George Romney has said that it is a person, but it is not in our material physical universe. A corporation is called a legal fiction by lawyers. It is not a real mortal person that experiences pleasure or pain or bleeds. Other imagined realities could include heaven, hell, or even God. Are these material, physical, universal truths or imagined, agreed upon cultural truths? Whichever they are, and I'm not denigrating imagined truths, they are certainly important and worthy of consideration. Okay, so what? Well, as county commissioners, you must also deal with the materially real as well. You have to deal with drains that operate by gravity or pumps, potholes, crime, mental illness, disease. These are really real physical material world things and processes. Yes, even mental illness is really real. It manifests in our behavior and thoughts or emotions and can even be seen lighting up portions of our brains. Imagined realities like money and corporations can be very powerful cultural truths. Material realities like the atom, gravity, and DNA are very powerful universal truths. Both imaginary and material realities require study, analysis, and our secular real-world mastery. You cannot pray it or leave it all to your Christian nationalist God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 20 is Richard Brown, Spring Lake Township.
Good evening, and this has been a beautiful day, and I hope everybody's enjoyed it. I know I have. Well, I wish to address the chairman of the board, Mr. Moss. This issue is one of open discussion by all members of the commission and the board. I would call attention to the fact that members of this commission are being paid by the people of Ottawa County. Thus, the people of this county should have the right to hear from individual members as to their thinking. The Michigan Open Meetings Act, Act 267 of 1976 states the following: meetings must be open and held in a place available to the general public. All decisions of public body must be made at a meeting open to the public. Section 3 of the Act states all deliberation of a public body constituting a quorum of its members must take place at the meeting open to the public, except as provided in sections 7 and 8, which are directed to other governmental agencies. Now, it seems to me very clear that individual members of the board have the right to express themselves on all kinds of questions. And I think it's important, it's been pointed out by other speakers already about what the benefit of this can be. I speak from experience that I was chairman of the Planning Commission of Spring Lake Township for 4 years. And I was never afraid to have any kind of counter interaction with the board members. It was their right to discuss and raise points of concern with regards to any important issue that was going to be discussed. And I thought the public had a right to understand their points of view and hear the positions. So I think suppression is a major thing that I'm talking about. It's a very big concern. I think that the value of open communication has tremendous benefits. And I would just like to add that I know some of the other discussion has been made and some of the other points that the speakers have talked about. This is totally not to that issue, but it's to an issue that I heard an outstanding program on Dr. Anthony Fauci this last week on public television. This man, I think we owe a debt of gratitude. We've lost 1 million people. 1 million people have died in this country. And I think it's due to his leadership that more people haven't died. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 21 is Cindy Spielmaker, Grand Haven City.
Hi, my name is Cindy Spielmaker. I live in Grand Haven. I'm here tonight. I have to put my glasses on. I'm here tonight in support of Adeline Hambley and the Health Department staff. In the Ottawa Impact Majority's ongoing attempt to diminish Ms. Hambley's ability to do her job, you're blocking the regular needed functioning of the Health Department. You've failed to approve the memorandum of understanding for the community health needs assessment, with Mr. Gibbs even refusing to communicate with area hospitals to explain why you're not signing the MOU. The community health needs assessment provides valuable information on the state of health for Ottawa County residents and allows the Health Department to evaluate service need. Your failure to sign this affects all of us. The Kelman attorney is refusing to approve a contract extension for public dental health services because she does not like the required anti-discrimination clause. She states the contract can be resubmitted in April 2024. Denying basic dental services to children does not seem to fit with the Christian values you espouse. The Ottawa County Public Health Department services are vital to keeping our community healthy. When you block these services, you are affecting the most vulnerable of your constituents. Please sign these contracts for the health of our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 22 is Virginia Greenlee, Park Township.
Who's coming?
Good evening. Thank you to every one of you on the Board of Commissioners for Ottawa County. You have continued to stand strong, keeping your word in wanting to protect our freedoms, keeping your word in terms of wanting to protect our health, true health, not fake science, not Fauci, not what we have been deceived by for the past 3 years. Even today, I called Pfizer myself. The COVID vaccine is still under emergency use authorization. Hello? 3 years? Really? What are we doing following an emergency that we know is clearly not an emergency, but yet they are saying 6 months old is how early we can start giving the vax on top of their 74 to 84 other vaccines that they give to kids? How much damage, how much of a kid pandemic do we want to continue having by pushing vaccines on our kids? If you don't have a kid that was vaccine injured, you could care less. It doesn't affect you. I have 2. Maya Han had 3. I worked as an occupational therapist for over 25 years and worked with autistic kid after autistic kid after autistic kid, with parents telling me they were different before they had the vaccines. What changed? Long time ago, it was only maybe 1 in 10,000 became autistic. Now it is 1 out of 22. 1 out of 54 kids develop chronic health conditions. Is that what we want to do to our kids, to our future? When are we going to stop? From what I understand, the judge had told people in regards to the Libertas School, we would have a different outcome if we have different commissioners and a different health director. We need that health director that's going to be different and not be pushing PCR tests and vaccinations and saying you can have it for free. Excuse me, you want damage for free? there are over 4,000% of an increase in stillbirths and whatever with pregnancies. Over 4,000%. Not 100%, 200, 300, over 4,000% of an increase in those kind of deaths. Do we want to continue with that? And it's because of the vaccine. We need Nathan Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looks like there is no 23, but number 24 is Kristen Megan Kelly, Hudsonville City.
Hi, I'm Kristen Megan Kelly from Hudsonville, here to address the inaccurate assertions by the media and other community comments regarding the appointment of Nate Kelly. The residents of this county deserve the record to be corrected. Media outlets have made false claims, skewing the public's view of whether or not he is competent and if Columbia Southern University is a diploma mill. I believe the assumption given by the Holland Sentinel that he has no public health experience is because he is currently an OEHS manager. So people think of OSHA. OSHA, excuse me, OSHA is a public health agency. OSHA.gov states in 1970, the United States Congress and President Richard Nixon created the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, a national public health agency. OSHA also addresses occupational epidemiology, which is a subdiscipline of epidemiology and a practice of an industrial hygiene. Regarding Nate's education, the media likes to point out that CSU is an online institution with for-profit status and lacks understanding of its accreditation. Although MLive has since corrected their article, on February 3rd, they reported CSU obtained accreditation in 2022. However, they earned additional accrediting, being first accredited in 2001. Confusion like this casts public doubt on the validity of Nate's degrees. They failed to mention CSU's curriculum is designed and taught by experienced industry experts. I couldn't find any of these attempted attacks on CSU when the former emergency management director, who is also a graduate of CSU, was hired in 2018. Are you aware that Ottawa County has a partnership with CSU where if you're an employee, you can get 10% discount on your tuition? Yeah, right? So the good news is if Nate becomes an employee, his third master's he's been working on since the pandemic in emergency management would have a reduction in fees. We shouldn't treat a college that accommodates the lifestyles of active duty military veterans and first responders as less than. I'm more convinced than ever Nate's diverse background is needed here. In the recent HHS committee meeting, I gave public comment referencing how I had offered ad hoc professional services for over 2 years, like providing insight for a multidisciplinary team for pandemic response and providing proper recommendations to the public suggested by Bonema. The meeting was streaming on YouTube and Lisa Stepanovsky inquired in the meetings about what ad hoc meant. Does this mean the health department didn't contact an ad hoc professional for 17 years? Ad hoc professionals are consulted for a specific project or tasks, are specialists in their field and brought in to solve our particular problem. I actually was just selected as a state legislative and U.S. congressional joint pandemic response ad hoc committee member. Another concern for me is a historical preference to promote within, which hinders diversity, excludes external talent, and doesn't provide fresh eyes. Our county needs a gap analysis on our health department, and I know that my husband, Nate Kelly, is the man for that job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 25 is Renee Layton, Robinson Township.
You got it right, Justin. I'm Renee Layton and I live in Robinson Township. I'm going to be speaking about the media in Ottawa County's Health Department. Public health messages can reach a broad audience quickly and effectively these days through various media platforms like television, radio, and social media. The media not only attends and reports on meetings, but they also aid in the sharing information that can shape a public's view of a person or policy involving the health department. The media's focus on spreading inaccurate and incomplete information based on that reporter's specific bias about Nathaniel Kelly is causing confusion and even panic among the public. To my knowledge, Mr. Kelly has not given any quotes or interviews to the media directly. I was informed that Mr. Kelly has abstained from media interviews because he has witnessed unprecedented attacks on his proficiencies and individual character. To date, the media has disregarded investigating information he presented at a nonpartisan multidisciplinary summit, which they attacked him for. Mr. Kelly has communicated with locals that their health and well-being are not a political tool to weaponize against them, and he has been very inviting and kind in questions we have had as everyday people. He understands that the media communications and interactions are part of the job and will be a continuing and important aspect of that leadership position once the hiring process is completed. If seated, he could showcase his science behind his professional views with both his inclusive and welcoming character. It would be preemptive to speak to the media before being officially hired, wouldn't it? The media should be more accurate and professional by reporting all sides of the situation, in my opinion, including that perhaps the state has yet to receive the information on Mr. Kelly. There was first an investigation by Attorney General Nessel, and now there is a lawsuit by Ms. Hambley. And I can only assume it makes sense to send in his information after the judge decides on this issue with the interim officer. There is no question that Nathaniel Kelly respects the process, and it would be productive for future messaging if the media could do the same.
Thank you.
Number 26 is Tammy Clark, Grand Haven.
I'm Tammy Clark from Grand Haven. I'm an industrial hygienist and occupational environmental health and safety professional, OEHS. I reviewed the state requirements for a county administrative health officer. The top requirements state that you must have an MPH or MSPH degree and 3 years of full-time public health administrative experience. Nate Kelly has a Master of Science in Occupational Safety and Health, Environmental Management, and a Master of Science in Public Health from Columbia Southern University. He also has over 3 years of experience required, as administrative experience means service in a management or supervisory capacity. When Mr. Kelly's application is sent to the state for review, I cannot find any reason for denying his appointment unless nefarious acts occur. Ms. Hambley is still listed as the current environmental health manager, and Mr. Kelly is currently an occupational and environmental health manager. Why is the community being led to believe he is not qualified? There is a substantial lack of comprehension as to what public health encompasses. It is a very diverse field that focuses on numerous areas of the discipline. It seems those claiming that he lacks qualifications have either not worked in our professions, or they do, but they lack doing so across multiple businesses and industries and have a minimal understanding of its multifaceted disciplines. Public health administrative experience involves managing and overseeing programs and services promoting and protecting public health. Nate was also part of a community health board inside Ottawa County, alongside a diverse team tracking total worker health and communicating strategy and policy to ensure manufacturing company processes did not negatively impact our community and environmental health. This administrative experience does not have to be from a government job. Public health in the US is complicated because mainly the public health system is a complex web of public and private agencies, organizations, companies, and institutions. There are many public health jobs in the private sector. An article from The Nation's Health, a publication of the American Public Health Association titled "More Public Health Grads Being Drawn to Private Sector Jobs," explains a large majority of public health professionals working in the private sector. I fully support Nate Kelly's appointment and hope more people understand his qualifications. It is why I referred him as a guest lecturer at Ferris State, and he has done so. I'm very excited to break through the stagnant performance of the current administration, and I look forward to providing any professional ad hoc engagement possibly needed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 27 is Cheryl Tagg, Georgetown Township.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Tagg, and I'm a resident of Georgetown Township. I enjoyed a 48-year career in the commercial insurance industry. Most of my career involved investigating and resolving workers' compensation claims. I was employed by one of the largest commercial insurance carriers in the United States and internationally. This information is relevant to a better understanding of what public health is, as I collaborated with risk managers of both the insured employers and my employer. I worked with public health professionals, occupational physicians, occupational therapists, and legal counsel to ensure that injured employees receive the best care and the treatment possible. This collaboration ensured that appropriate policies and programs were in place to reduce the likelihood of claims filed due to injury and illness because of workplace hazard. An example, ergonomic assessments due to cumulative trauma injuries, proper lifting techniques for back injuries, hazards that could be extremely serious, just to name a few. Policy premiums and adjustments were evaluated based on the information my colleagues and I provided to my employer's risk management and underwriting departments. The risk managers at my employer and all of the insured's employers had education in occupational and environmental health and safety, which I know to be an area of study under the umbrella of public health. I appreciate and support Nate Kelly's appointment as this county's administrative health officer. I know Nate, and I am very familiar with his credibility, and I'm very familiar of the work that he performs, and he exceeds all qualifications. I moved back to Michigan from Illinois after my husband's sudden and unexpected death in 2021. Part of the healing process of grief began when I started working at an excellent private school in Kent County, where I watch over and mentor young students. I have learned from students and parents who have lost all trust in this health department. These individuals transferred out of Ottawa County schools because of the harmful mandates put upon them and their children. I will tell you, the enrollment continues to increase. Bringing in an outsider with many experiences is a step in the right direction in restoring community trust. If we do not see this change, I believe the resources offered will not see their full potential put into action. I appreciate this commission, and I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you.
Number 28 is Andrea Hill, Holland Township.
Adria Hill, Holland Township. First, I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for the dialogue regarding public comment during the Rules Committee meeting. Many of you acknowledged the importance of allowing public comment to share what is on our minds. Today, I'm going to utilize that opportunity to speak with you today. One element of a great board is robust dialogue, even when there is disagreement. In fact, most healthy boards will encourage dissenting perspectives in order to encourage innovative ideas. And because you are a public board, you get to have those meetings in public. Not only does this help comply with OMA, but it allows the public to hear the discussion and provide their input. In the aforementioned Rules Committee meetings, members determined not to formally add to the agenda a place for commissioners to openly ask questions or provide comments. At first, I was stunned by this. How can a commissioner bring up concerns specific to their district if this is not allowed? But after rewatching the meeting, I reconsidered my stance. You were right. In accordance to Robert's rules, topics should be on the agenda if they are to be discussed during the meeting. This realization made me understand where my true concern lies, which is that Chairman Moss is ruling as an autocrat and manipulating the agenda to further his goals. This is a shame because each of you represent a unique district in our county with unique concerns and perspectives. And as residents, we deserve that those conversations are happening in open meetings so that we can benefit from the dialogue and have an opportunity to comment. Consider if one of the commissioners that represents the Lakeshore wants to bring up a topic related to tourism. Or if the commissioners from District 7 through 11 want to discuss a project on the Grand River. Will Chairman Moss add it to the agenda? Chairman Moss could, in accordance with Robert's rules, deny or postpone these topics from being added to an agenda, but to do so would be an abuse of authority. Is this abuse of power why the MOU for CHNA has not been added back to the board's agenda? I encourage each of you to continue suggesting topics that are important to your district to be added to the agenda. As a commissioner, you have the responsibility to bring up matters that are important to your district during public meetings.
Thank you.
Number 29 is Julia Bratton, Spring Lake Village.
Good evening, Julia Bratton, Spring Lake Village. Chairman Moss and the Board of Commissioners. I am also speaking tonight on the issue of commissioners having the freedom to speak to each other about non-agenda items during a specified period of each public full board meeting. Transparency and freedom are key issues that many commissioners seated here ran on. Perhaps now that you are on the other side of the gavel, you are finding that democracy is messy and sometimes inconvenient. It's much quicker and efficient to govern authoritarian style. Slice and dice the agenda, gavel out a speaker who doesn't agree with you, always know what is coming next, control the narrative. That's not what you said you were going to do. Here are some excerpts from Ottawa Impact documents on the Ottawa Impact website. One of your campaign pledges, transparency. I will support a county resolution that instructs the county administrator and corporate legal counsel to take steps to make county information public by default to increase transparency and accountability. Private information should be the exception for public servants. From the Freedom is Our Default pamphlet. You say you were elected to protect individual freedoms, parental rights, and freedom of religion and conscience. And a general slogan, where freedom rings and all people belong. I would assume that these freedoms also apply to commissioners to share their thoughts in a transparent, uncontrolled manner to best represent the needs and concerns of citizens in their districts. Please allow a period of commissioner comment and dialogue on any subject a commissioner wishes to discuss on the record and in view and earshot of the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30 is Charity McMaster, Spring Lake Township.
I'm Charity McMaster from Spring Lake. You've seen me before. Commissioner Road was quoted as saying, "I think it's only fair to all commissioners to know that topics are coming up and what's going to be talked about when they go to a meeting and not be surprised." This is pretty hypocritical in light of what you guys recently did. The incoming commissioners had agreed upon set of actions and they surprised everyone at the first meeting in January. And then last month you rewrote history when you approved an edit to minutes from 2 months before. Despite all the statements to the contrary of that decision, and the entire board had considered Health Officer Hambley to have been hired. In both of these cases, I want my commissioner to be able to comment at the end. If there are no commissioner comments and if everything happens off the books, then the public is not involved. We don't see you talk to each other and exchange ideas. There's no record of these decisions and there can be no witness or public reporting. This is the complete opposite of the transparency that you want to give to us, that you have said that you would like. And I understand that you want to have an orderly meeting and not allow a lengthy discussion, but to disallow commissioners the time to comment is to stifle that public discourse. Very often, the same Ottawa Impact candidates will strike down any motion proposed by the other commissioners. And of course, on one hand, majority rules. On the other hand, when it's used as a device to continually override those voices, specifically because they are those voices, that puts those commissioners in a situation of continued forced silence. When you silence my commissioner, that also silences my voice, our voices, even the ones with opinions that I don't agree with. And that does not fit that platform of transparency. You did well to set 2 meeting times. Thank you. I would not be here if we didn't have that. And you did well to continue to allow public comment on anything, not just the agenda. But when you disallow time for commissioners to comment for those public thoughts and for that public record, you are stifling the work of the commission and you don't engender trust. I support having that as a standard agenda item. I also agree with the previous commenter who spoke to Mr. Gibbs not being able to do his job for the same amount of money and needing help. That money belongs back in the DEI office. And if you want a more orderly meeting, I suggest that you strike the gavel for some of the comments that interrupt people's time. It's rude. And as we've just entered the second or third day of Ramadan, I would like to wish Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 31 is Kathy Schmidt, Allendale Township.
Hello, my name is Kathy Schmidt, and I've been a resident of Allendale for 28 years. A local Allendale company with more than 35 employees posted this on the website. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, play a significant role in the culture and core values of Bistry. We are better because of our DEI efforts, and we believe Ottawa County is as well. Therefore, we are deeply disappointed in the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners to dissolve the county's DEI office. We are happy to see our clients such as Miller Knoll and others speak about this issue. I'm also opposed to removing Edelyn Hamley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 32 is Karen Obitz, Spring Lake Township.
Hi, Karen Obitz, Spring Lake. The first time I offered public comment before this board was on January 10. In my comments at that time, I said I believed that the actions taken by the board at their January 3rd organizational meeting and the stealth process by which those actions were taken would have a negative impact on the overall well-being of our county, including our fiscal stability, perhaps to the extent of jeopardizing our excellent bond rating. Looking back from the perspective of having watched this board in action over the ensuing weeks, I can now say that my concerns about the potential negative impact, financial impact on Ottawa taxpayers due to bad governance have already been realized and could prove to be even worse than I feared at that time. Consider the fact that in addition to the need to cover the severance pay of the prior county administrator to make way for the appointment of John Gibbs, Mr. Gibbs has already proven he can't fulfill the role without the aid of a high salary assistant / body man at additional taxpayer expense. It seemed to me then that Mr. Gibbs' resume lacked sufficient county government experience, but perhaps these considerations are not deemed important if his appointment is just the first of a new direction we can expect toward political appointments for top county positions. Perhaps we should understand the selection of Nate Kelly as Chief Health Officer as a political appointment as well. After all, his public statements and how he believes public health departments should have approached COVID must have helped grease his way through the Ottawa impact funnel that brought his application to the attention of Commissioner Cosby. I wish once again in this public setting to state my support for Edelyn Hamley. And although I decry the taxpayer burden reflected in the legal costs associated with defending what I believe to be the indefensible actions of this board that prompted her legal action, I hope her lawsuit is successful. In my view, so far, with the county facing this and yet another citizen filed lawsuit, the only clear winner here is Common Legal Group. I can't reference Common without pointing to their role in recently refusing to approve the routine contract that provides for dental services for low-income county residents. This to me is just one more example of the results of the lack of good governance I've witnessed so far from the Ottawa Impact Block on this board, and I fear we may see yet more chaos, demoralization of county employees, potential loss of critical services, and a drain on financial resources. And as I said on January 10, each time I judge the board's decisions to indicate a disregard for the kind of good faith leadership that seeks the good of the whole community, I will call you to account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 33 is Joe Spalding, Holland Township.
How's it going? My name is Joe Spalding. I am from Holland Township, Justin. Thanks for the intro. The Ottawa County GOP is hosting a fundraiser in this building with a pastor from a hotel basement church in Wisconsin who is obsessed with the undoubtedly racist concept of interposition. Let me help educate you about what that means, Mr. Moss. Interposition is the cornerstone of actual segregationist logic. History fans will remember interposition as states trying to block enforcement of Brown v. Board and the federal government needing to deploy the National Guard to escort Black students to newly integrated schools. Now you're going to bring a strange preacher from Wisconsin who insists counties can nullify state law, even though counties in Michigan are funding pass-through bodies empowered by the state government. Please don't burn tax dollars fighting the Attorney General on this one, Joe Quixote. The next paragraph in the I Have a Dream speech after Dr. King mentions content of character calls out the very racist governor of Alabama for having the word interposition dripping from his lips. King is clear, and he'd see right through all of you all. And I'm sure he'd have some words for Mr. Gibbs too. Joe Moss is why MIGOP is stuck with Christina Caramo. He nominated her for her role, and he secured her win to screw over Kalamazoo Republicans and consolidate power in the congressional district, but confuse all you want. The GOP tweet comparing gun storage legislation to the Holocaust, which is Holocaust trivialization, which is bad because that's Holocaust normalization, which is bad. If you don't know why it's bad, go to the Holocaust Museum. Caramo, it's now infamous worldwide, and Karamo's doubled down on it, adding anti-Semitic conspiracies, playing Chicken Little over the World Economic Forum. Ottawa Impact's Jenison School Board member, Donna Mooney, whose cornbread clearly is not cooked all the way in the middle, has echoed those conspiracies here in front of all of us. I pity Jenison's teachers and students. Now you, Joe, want to prevent elected representatives from voicing publicly the concerns of their voters. Look, you made Ottawa County a national laughingstock. You put a gun-toting Confederate statue defender on the Housing Commission because you felt like it. You're now clearly tied to a public display of Holocaust trivialization that you're likely proud of. Maybe you and your goofy lackeys and campaign girlfriend don't know what the role of a chair is for. You're confused because you're ignorant and narcissistic and psychologically incapable of asking for help. Your role as chair is a facilitator of discussion. That means your choice to enforce a rule or not should be guided by the goal of facilitating discussion. Letting your ego drag you into nasty fights with me over a rule is bad for meetings and the county. Doing so and refusing to enforce order in the room from spectators is likely actionable, regardless of what your libertarian buffoon of an attorney tells you. How many ways do you want this county to get sued? Is the John Gibbs money furnace not hungry enough for you? You're a weird guy, Joe, but you really should think about resigning if you can't bring yourself to publicly push back against Karamo's anti-Semitism. Your hate doesn't represent our community, so how about you find another disposition or you find another hobby?
Thank you.
Number 34 is Dennis Dykehouse, Georgetown Township.
Yeah, I live in the field outside of Georgetown Forest. Commissioners, county officials, I'm really a nobody, what the French would call a pissant. As commissioners, duly noted, you don't have to react or answer any questions that anybody does here. You can just sit and absorb. And how do I know that? Well, 30 plus years of federal and local civil service, being on committees and commissions, most of you won't remember anything of that most of the people said here. Over and then you go after. Now, my main question is, as for Mr. Gibbs and those of you I don't recognize, who are you and why are you here? Is this, are you all residents planning to stay here, or is this an agenda stop? Are you going to stay and play or go and blow? The goal is commitment, not as a stepping stone. Filling positions, the issue of experience should matter. Experience is the greatest teacher ever. Experiences are the best qualifications. Let's check the experiences of some people. How many people here have lived in Georgetown for 10 years? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70? Experience. Now you come in and the first meeting before you know anything, you change all sorts of stuff without getting any experienced input, I understand. Now, Mr. Gibbs, you said your duty is to suck fear from the room. Sounds like you're adding anger and doubt. You said you will listen and respect people's experience. Okay. And you said that you see parallels between Washington, D.C. and West Olive. Give me a break. We do not want to be Washington, D.C. We're West Michigan, conservative, quiet. Groupthink is dangerous. I don't know where a lot of you came from. Maybe it's, let's see. It would be Jonestown, you've got a leader, or Waco, or maybe they're the Haley Bach people come back. All of a sudden assumed here we are. Now, the cost of the aid. People are saying 130, whatever. It's a $37,000 increase from the other position, I understand. What I don't understand is the cost for Mr. Gibbs. How much his salary is and $800 and some a month for a car? Holy smoly, what's he got to drive? And who decided the requirements for the position? Who determines the qualifications? Who makes the decision? And will the job not be a yes or yes or yes or? Lastly, you run as Democrat, Independent, Republican, serve as Ottawans.
Thank you.
Number 35 is Jim Dana, City of Grand Haven.
Hello, my name is Jim Dana. I live in the city of Grand Haven, and I'm here to talk about the Housing Commission tonight. Before I do, I want to add my voice to the many who have urged you to restore commissioner comments to the standard agenda. I think it's really important for all of us to hear those. And it's also simply a matter of fairness, which is one of the responsibilities of a chair of a commission. But back to my points on the Housing Commission. First, I want to point out that the Ottawa County Digest I received on March 24th misrepresented the actions taken at the March 14 meeting in regard to the Housing Commission, and I think it should be corrected. It stated that the board had added 3 new members to the Housing Commission. That was a contested issue at the meeting. I distinctly remember Chairman Moss saying that he didn't care what the board's recommendation was. As the appointing authority, he was going to appoint the members of his choosing. And members were not added to the Housing Commission. They replaced members whom Mr. Moss removed, even though their terms had not expired. Please don't try to spread the blame. It was Mr. Moss's doing. Second, his HUD experience notwithstanding, the appointment of Administrator Gibbs to the commission is problematic. I didn't realize it at the time Mr. Moss made these appointments, but one of the 2 members who were not removed from the Housing Commission is Deputy Administrator Patrick Waterman. There are several problems with that. The first is simply 2 county employees on the Housing Commission, on a 5-member commission. 1 makes sense, but 2 means a loss of citizen input. It's useful to get a wide variety of viewpoints on a commission. Now we have 2 real estate people, 2 county employees, and 1 grants person. Where's the voice of the people for whom the housing is needed? The second is that by the nature of the employment relationship, it will be impossible for Mr. Waterman, as Mr. Gibbs' subordinate, to be an independent voice on the commission. Another lost or at least compromised viewpoint. The third is the cost. With salary and benefits, roughly $300,000 for Mr. Gibbs and $200,000 for Mr. Waterman, we're talking $500,000 worth of employee attention to this issue. And then there's Mr. Gibbs' body man, another $140,000. Such a profligate use of county resources. I really resent it. Finally, there's the fact that Mr. Gibbs, by his own admission, is already overwhelmed. But you get the point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 36 is Rebecca Patrick, Allendale Township.
I'm Rebecca Patrick from Allendale Township, and good evening, Commissioners. I'm here tonight to express concern about recent commission talent and recruitment related actions and what they tell us about your governing philosophy. You recently removed 3 members from the Housing Commission. None of these 3 people had a financial interest in or a potential conflict of interest with the work of the Housing Commission. They served because they had expertise and wanted to help the community, particularly those who struggle to find affordable housing. You replace them with a realtor and a builder, people in professions which clearly can struggle with conflicts of interest in such a role. This is troubling. Also troubling is the extent to which people who had both an advanced degree and relevant experience were apparently completely omitted from your recommendations for positions on the Community Mental Health Board. And lastly, and most troubling of all, is the extent to which this county is apparently willing to go to oust its health officer who has done nothing wrong, who is not responsible for any of the COVID-related policies that are of concern to some, and who understandably feels that she needs legal protection. I have not made public comment on this matter until now, but I feel compelled to say that in my 30 years of government service, I have never seen an employee treated like this, let alone publicly. So the question becomes, for all of these positions, both volunteer and paid, what is your goal? Is it patronage? Is it payback? Or is it good governance and public service? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 37 is Kristen Hintz, Park Township.
Good evening. I don't know about you, my head is spinning. I just want to say that it's very apparent that anyone can find specific information to support a personal view or a belief. And any Bible verse can be picked out of the Bible and shared without context to make it be whatever we want it to be. The challenge for all of us is to listen to the other view, to have an understanding, and to ask questions. I've been trying to do that today, and to be honest, my head is spinning. And I can only imagine that after this, that you really get to the work of trying to make the best decisions for Ottawa County. So I thought that I would just get something from the Board of Commissioners website, that your job as commissioners is to learn about, well, actually the very first one is to set policy and to pass resolutions which establish policies for internal matters such as budget services and capital improvements. So I ask you, are you being responsible for ensuring that county tax dollars are being wisely and used to support the constituents of Ottawa County and the people, all people of Ottawa County, no matter what backgrounds they come from? Secondly, your role is to add oversight. Spend time monitoring and evaluating the work of department officials to ensure county-funded services are effective and efficient. You have some awesome, hard-working department people, public servants in departments who are doing a phenomenal job. And the reports that they've put out are top-notch professional. I hope that you've really taken the chance to read them, to understand them, and that the people of Ottawa County are doing the same thing. The last one is to serve constituents. You are available to connect to county residents and find the information or services that they need. That the board attends functions to learn of the needs of business community and nonprofits, gatherings to learn the needs and the goals in, or the needs of providing for human services. So then in saying that, I encourage you to actually act upon the invitation that was given by the Momentum Center to join some of their programs or services and learn how they are building community and learn about what type of work they are doing in Grand Haven and Holland. When you're invited, wow, that's a great opportunity to actually learn and to understand and to seek. So pardon me for my disjointedness. That was the first thing, was just to remind you what the Board of Commissioners, what your job is as the Board of Commissioners. I support Adeline Hambley and Joe Bush.
Thank you.
Number 38 is Joel Studebaker, Jamestown Township.
Good evening. I just want to make one comment concerning the concept of tenure. There seems to be a theme that I'm hearing from one side that tenure automatically represents experience. And in the small business or private business world, we know that's absolutely not true. And we need to look for quality over experience over anything else in terms of someone's ability to do their job. So the tenure mentality, in my opinion, needs to go. Beyond that, I just want to read from the most substantiated document or collection of documents in the history of the world, specific to the topic of truth. Starting in John 8:31, Jesus said to the people who believed in him, "You are truly my disciples if you remain faithful to my teachings, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." "But we are descendants of Abraham," they said. "We have never been slaves to anyone. What do you mean you will be set free?" Jesus replied, "I tell you the truth. Everyone who sins is a slave of sin. A slave is not a permanent member of the family, but a son is part of the family forever. So if the Son, capital S, sets you free, you are truly free. Yes, I realize that you are descendants of Abraham, and yet some of you are trying to kill me because there's no room in your hearts for my message. I am telling you what I saw when I was with my father, but you are following the advice of your father." And it continues, "Our father is Abraham," they declared. "No," Jesus replied, "for if you were really the children of Abraham, you would follow his example. Instead, you are trying to kill me because I told you the truth, which I heard from God. Abraham never did such a thing. No, you are imitating your real father." They replied, "We aren't illegitimate children. God himself is our true father." And Jesus told them, "If God were your father, you would love me because I have come to you from God. I am not here on my own, but he sent me. Why can't you understand what I am saying? It's because you can't even hear me. For you are the children of your father, the devil, and you love to do the evil things he does. He was a murderer from the beginning. He has always hated the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, it is consistent with his character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. So when I tell the truth, you just naturally don't believe me. Which of you can truthfully accuse me of sin? And since I am telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? Anyone who belongs to God listens gladly to the words of God, but you don't listen because you don't belong to God." This passage is talking about truth. And I would like to remind everyone that if truth is just whatever you feel it is, if it's left up to the individual, then we have no truth at all because it's subjective. When it's objective, meaning based on something other than an individual human perspective or maybe any human perspective at all, then we have a fighting chance. Thank you for standing for truth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 39 is Jack Timmer, Georgetown Township.
Good evening. My name is Jack Timmer. I've been a resident of Georgetown Township for over 50 years. And I appreciate being able to speak briefly here. I apologize, I'm losing my voice and I'm probably not as prepared as I should have been. So I'll start with that. First of all, I think it's a shame that these meetings turn into a political agenda. It seems that we're always choosing sides. And if you hear everybody speak, this is the third or fourth one I've been to now. I never had never been attended one before now this year, but you sit in this room, you sit in the other room, and people clap for one, don't clap for another. It's a shame that it's got to be this way. I listen for hours of people speak, the same people speaking on the same subjects, generally on subject they really not are experts about, including myself. And I just wish we got back to the old time of managing the county business. I do not understand some of the decisions made by this board, a multitude of them. One of them that, as somebody that's worked in management for nearly 50 years or over 50 years now, is the The change of at-will employment. I don't understand that one. That benefits nobody except the companies that you hire. Doesn't matter your private practice, your public. It has no bearing on the benefit of this county. The second thing is the hiring of Mr. Gibbs. I don't know Mr. Gibbs. I do know that after 2 months on the job, it's a little early to make a decision if you need help. Most people on a job this big, 2 months, you're still learning. So to make the decision to hire an assistant after 2 months does not make a whole lot of sense to me. Regarding Mr. Kelly, if I have time at the end, I'd like to address that just briefly. I do want to commend, I'll say the big six, because you guys always have stuck together no matter what. And I think that'd be great if you were a baseball team or a basketball team. I'm just not sure if it's so good if you're not an athletic team, which you're not. And for those five, usually it's a 6-5 vote. I feel sorry for you a little, and I feel frustrated for you. I feel frustrated myself because you make so many good points during the discussions and even the table discussion, and it's always voted down 6-5. It's got to be terribly frustrating for you. And I feel really sorry that we're at that point. Now, regarding Mr. Kelly, I don't know Mr. Kelly at all. I have worked over 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 40 is Roger Williams, Grand Haven City.
I'm Roger Williams from Grand Haven. Hang with me here because this may be a little hard to follow. A couple years ago, I was going through an identity crisis. I just didn't feel like myself, so I visited the Ottawa County Health Department website to look for some helpful resources. I saw something on the website offered through advertised places such as Planned Parenthood called Affirming Care. This intrigued me, so I sought help with some affirmation therapy. I went to a therapist and told him that I felt like my identity was not what I was at the time. I told him I felt like I was in the body of a highly qualified doctor and health expert. As part of Affirming Care, the therapist stated, "No one knows myself better than me." That's what Affirming Care is. So I'm here to announce my transition to the public as Dr. Roger Williams, health expert. As such, I'd like to be considered for the position of Ottawa County Health Department Director alongside Nate Kelly and Adeline Hamley. As someone who identifies as a highly qualified, I believe myself to be the best choice. I'm sure this sounds like a joke, but I assure you it isn't. And if you deny my new identity, you're committing violence against me. Recently, GVSU had a sex ed week sponsored among others by the Ottawa County Public Health Department under the lead of Adeline Hamley. Affirming language and support messaging was prevalent. So if the current health department and its temporary director, Ms. Hamley, truly believe in affirming care, they must affirm my self-identity is real and to be taken seriously. The dominant culture system of qualifications and credentials are therefore oppressive because no one knows me better than, well, me. With that said, any criticism of Nate Kelly or myself as not being qualified is irrelevant as long as he and I believe ourselves to be the most qualified. And if Mr. Kelly does believe that, I will humbly withdraw my name from consideration as I must affirm his belief in himself as well, and he is the best candidate. But if that doesn't sound right, that's okay, because blanket affirmation of someone's self-identity isn't usually the best practice. And if you disagree with affirmation therapy that leads to someone self-identifying as something they're not, then you must still care about qualifications and credentials. If so, then anyone that supports, pushes, sponsors, or promotes affirming care is obviously a poor choice for the Ottawa County Health Department Director. That being your position, then Adeline Hamley is unqualified or disqualified from consideration because she promotes this nonsense. With that settled, that leaves us two choices, Nate Kelly and myself. And with it down to just the two of us, I'll again humbly withdraw my name and support Nate Kelly. He is now the obvious choice moving forward by credentials, qualifications, decision-making, and reality. To paraphrase Rush Limbaugh, sometimes you have to illustrate the absurd with the absurdity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 41 is David Barnowski, Port Sheldon Township.
My name is David Barnowski and I vote in Port Sheldon Township, and you're never supposed to follow a better comedian. But to be serious, none of my positions are going to be a surprise to anyone on the board, but I'm going to state them for the public anyway, because it's important to the people who work for you to hear. I support Adeline Hambley as the public health officer. She's in the position. What you did to try to undo that or to change what was, I believe you'll be rebuked by the court, and I look forward to that. But the most important thing I'm here for is something that you might actually be able to support. You campaigned on openness, transparency. I read your website about the paragraph about transparency. And then I heard you, Mr. Moss, say that you were not interested in commissioners' free-for-all, and that you wanted to be able to handle, is the phrase that I focused, or is the word that I focused on, the back and forth in private. I believe that conversation should happen in public. You've probably either received an email from me or seen it in the public comments from me that I would really like, or in the Sentinel that my article got in Sunday. I would really like for you to consider that it could be in your best interest as well, especially the 5 who always support Mr. Moss. If Mr. Moss can't break with that thought, if he can't find the interest, if one of you would break with him, support your other commissioners, have that commissioner comment at the end of your meetings, and help each other be better commissioners, and help the public see what you're doing for what it is, help you perfect the arguments you make for your positions, because your arguments are always better when you have to do them in front of a crowd. I hope you will, Mr. Zylstra, I hope you will remake your amendment when the rules come up. I hope you will all support it. And that's the most important thing I think you're going to do tonight, if you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 42 is Nick Brock, City of Granville.
Good evening. Thank you. If you haven't read the contract with Ottawa, you should. Implies Madison, the anonymous writer of contract with Ottawa, a promise to the people. In it, Madison encourages the reader to find clear and concise principles, values, and intentions. For example, clear and concise for how the contract promised that the candidate's word is glued to the document and that they would not speak of empty promises. Clear and concise for how the contract promised accountability during their term of service, and that the people should provide encouragement and admonishment based upon their actions or actions and lack thereof. Clear and concise for how the contract promised to promote liberty and to use common sense as a governing principle. But what's not so clear and concise, at least to me, is how in less than 100 days of being in office, public trust, ranging from progressives, independents, and conservatives alike, has expeditiously eroded. And teetering on this simple question: will my elected officials safeguard and promote faith in the integrity of governance in Ottawa County? So to that end, I'd like to suggest an answer to that question by promoting that this body adopt an ethics policy to provide standards of conduct for elected officials, similar to what Georgetown Township has done in 2010. So I'd like to share briefly what that code of conduct looks like from Georgetown Township. And I'll quote from their preamble. Public office is a public trust to be used solely to advance the public interest. Decisions should be made on the merits and based upon objective judgment. Public officials must be accountable for their actions. We must honor and respect democratic principles by adhering to the letter and spirit of the law. We should avoid creating an appearance of impropriety. And finally, what we have a right to do does not equal what is right to do. And then it goes on to enumerate 8 various points that are standards for public office taken from Michigan Compiled Law 115.341. And I have time just for one. A public official shall not engage in or accept employment or render services for any private or public interest when there is a conflict in the discharge of his or her duties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 43 is Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township.
Donna Mooney, Georgetown Township. I'd like to express my continued support for the new Board of Commissioners, except Jacob Bonema, my continued support for John Gibbs, Jack Jordan, and the Common Legal Group, and my support for the appointment of Nate Kelly. It's 2023 in America, and we have the highest inflation in decades, higher interest rates killing the housing industry and economy, open borders with millions of unvetted illegal immigrants and fentanyl flooding into our country, people who don't want to work and businesses shuttering because of this and more regulations, energy and manufacturing dependence on other countries, continued legacy of endless wars with billions of taxpayer dollars being sent to Ukraine and other nations while U.S. military enlistment sits at an all-time low. China, Russia, and the BRICS nations signing treaties without the U.S., gender dysphoric biological men replacing women in athletics and Women of the Year contributions, thus setting back the advancement of biological women 100 years, entire months dedicated to special classes of people, drag shows for children, fear promoting lockdowns, involuntary medical mandates for work and school, censorship of dissenting opinions and facts, persecution and prosecution of peaceful conservatives and Christians, and train derailments and food processing plants burning down is the new normal. The World Economic Forum, architects of Agenda 2030 and the Great Reset have set up shop in Oakland County, Michigan, and our governor is giving $700 million in taxpayer dollars to a Chinese Communist Party supported company for a lithium battery plant near the Muskegon River in Big Rapids, and the ruling elite are getting richer and richer off of all of it. Did I miss anything? The truth can be very difficult to face and sometimes downright unbelievable. It can also be so upsettingly powerful that we condemn the messenger. We have a once subtle, now open, dangerous ideology permeating through our governments, our medical industry, our entertainment industry, the educational system as a whole, corporations and unions. And this ideology does not tolerate diversity of opinion or expertise. Fear is a powerful motivator, and between lies and fear, we've seen some of these entities squeeze the boundaries of individual freedom. My heart breaks for those who would jump first in line for the train to the showers if these same entities told them this was going to save their lives. Now is the time when people should be thinking critically, using discernment and asking questions, because everyone's continued pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness depends on it. Christina Caramo recently garnered outrage when she posted a very painful truth about what happens when citizens of a country give up the right to defend themselves. The Michigan GOP communications team posted to social media. Thank you, guys. And we're a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Thank you.
Number 44 is Alpha Mansoray, Holland Township.
Good evening, commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you again. I tend to make my public comments based on things that are practical in my life. So I will basically talk about leadership in the context of marriage. So once in a while, right in the middle of an ordinary life, life gives us a fairy tale. And that fairy tale is my wife, Marsha. And she is the most wonderful person in the world today. One of the things I learned about marriage is very biblical. It's clear. You know, husbands, love your wife. That's what I'm called to do. It's very clear on that. And so that's my mandate. My job is to protect Marsha's heart. And I also know that two Christians do not make a marriage. And, you know, if we stand together with my wife, nothing can come through us. It's like corn. If you plow through it, if you stand together, they fall together. So we face problems together. She's also one in the foxhole with me. And so whatever I do is basically in her own interest above mine, because the order of things is that God is first, my wife is second, my kids, and then me. And I know she tried to get a dog, and the dog is not going to get a third place. So I'm holding the line on that one. So how does this relate to leadership? When you're in charge of somebody, you are responsible for leading the whole person, not just a part of the person. So your jobs as commissioner is to lead all of us and bring us together. As Americans, it's sad to make me think that we're so divided and so angry at each other. We have to realize that we're all in the same boat together, and that if we stand together as Americans, we can accomplish a number of things, and we've always done that in the past. So for me, the principle is this, that we are more likely to influence people if we're willing to minister with kindness and patience to their needs. That's what I do for Marsha every single day. I thank her for her love and support.
Thank you.
Those are all the registered public comments we have, Mr. Chair.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to continue on to correspondence and then take a break after that. So moving forward, we have Crisis Aid International. Welcome, Sheriff.
Good evening to the board, and thank you for this opportunity to come forward to you this evening. A couple of you on the board are already familiar with this group called Crisis Aid International. I am here as your sheriff to tell you that, yes, there is human trafficking in West Michigan. There is human trafficking in Ottawa County, and there's many different aspects to the human trafficking issues that we're seeing. It's with young adults or teens that are being victimized by predators in our community and outside of our community. And for Chair and Vice Chair, thank you for your time to sit through the pre-presentation. Crisis Aid International originally came to us about 6 months ago, originally introduced to us by Commissioner Terpstra. And we began to look at this program. We began to look at the problem we're having in Ottawa County. We are seeing an increase in human trafficking type complaints with, again, children, young teens as the primary target. As I looked at the program, again, I talked with our staff at the Sheriff's Office, our investigators in the detective unit that handle these cases. We also have a detective assigned to the FBI task force out of Grand Rapids that works this issue throughout West Michigan and across Michigan. And we have a gap in our system. We have the Children's Advocacy Center to deal with the children of sexual assault and abuse. And I talked to our detective that sits in the computer lab, which is right behind you, that sees this day to day on devices, laptops, cell phones. We get calls from parents saying, I just found this on my child's phone. Where can I go for help? What can we do? Obviously, if it's a full criminal investigation, we take that over. But there's that gap missing there of how do we work with the family and how do we work with the victim? And again, much like a children's advocacy center, Crisis Aid International really filled that gap when we looked at that to provide that mentorship and resources for these families and victims. Crisis Aid International currently is up and running in Kent County and is available there through their Child Assessment Center makes referrals, but also to all law enforcement agencies in Kent County. We have actually done a couple of referrals out of Ottawa County over to Kent to help us. But again, Crisis Aid International is here tonight to give you a few comments on their program, what exactly they do, their future, what they're going to be bringing to West Michigan with probably a groundbreaking in May, is what I'm told, over in the Grand Rapids area, that we'll have access to that facility. So the big ask is that they needed a space to work out of. And I do have the space here at the sheriff's office. It's right outside your door here, be available to the public that their worker will work out of. There is not a cost to us. They will completely outfit that office. And as I've said in the past, kind of jokingly, the lights are on here anyway from 8 to 5. Why not allow this group in to help us and to help the victims of these crimes? So I want to first thank, there's 4 people here tonight from Crisis Aid International. Adam Cavanaugh, a retired police officer for many years, now works with the group. And Adam flew up from St. Louis to give this presentation. And again, I'm going to ask you as a board to really look at this, look into your hearts for the victims of these crimes in our community here in Ottawa County and surrounding us, to allow this group to come in and assist us as investigators. And again, my number one priority and my staff are the victims of these crimes in Ottawa County and any crime in Ottawa County. So anything that we can do to help is going to be a great asset for our agency and people involved. So I'd like to introduce Adam Cavanaugh from Crisis Aid International. I think you have the handouts in front of you that kind of explain the program, but Adam, I'm turning it over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I want to thank you for taking time to listen to kind of what our program is, what we're kind of trying to do for, not only Ottawa, but the surrounding area around. So I retired from the St. Louis County Police Department in Missouri last year. I did that for 30 years. The last 21 years while I worked for the police department, all I did was run a unit that was for human trafficking for the Eastern District of Missouri and child exploitation. So that's what I did for the last 21 of my 30 years. So with that experience and working with Crisis Aid that came with us on every one of our operations, because we as law enforcement, right, we don't make good social service people, right? We need to have them there. They're very important to us. So they were with us every step of the way. Crisis Aid has been with us for years. We had our safe home in Missouri that we worked with our victims and had places for them to go to. We created a program, this Child Anti-Exploitation Partnership Program. We have 5 offices in 4 different counties in Missouri. That's been going there for 3 years. And we've, over the last year, worked with over 1,100 families between what we're doing in Kent County and in Missouri. It was very important. Res Life Church was very instrumental with Crisis Aid throughout the years with their work they're doing in Africa and Ethiopia, and had that partnership. So they knew kind of what we were doing in Missouri. They had seen the results that we had from our program there with the families and the kids, not only those victims that were being trafficked, but really the CAP program starts out at that earlier ages, right? So if you always wait till that victim is trafficked, there's so much damage that has happened from years prior. So tracking that back from talking to our victims, like, where did this all start? Where can we intercede? Where can we interrupt that so that our victims aren't trafficked anymore? So what we found was that was at younger and younger age, and involved pornography that they were accessing at young ages. It was predators online going after our kids that do that every day. I've seen a lot of it, and it's terrible. Everything from infants all the way through that I've been a part of in my career, unfortunately. So creating this program, we brought it up Res Life Church was kind enough to help us make that happen. We started out in Wyoming working with the FBI. We worked with Homeland Security, the state police, Wyoming, Kent County, all the areas surrounding there, all the departments around there were on board with us 100%. So I have a couple of our advocates here that I'll bring up in a second to kind of tell exactly what that kind of looks like from their perspective. But it has made a lot of difference as law enforcement. And when I talked to the sheriff, was explaining that for us, having those advocates in place that can deal with those day-to-day things, get those families going in the right direction, get those kiddos, headed in a better direction. That's less involvement law enforcement is, not only with that child that may turn to drugs or may turn to other crimes as a result, it also takes care of them not getting caught up in other investigations where they become victims over and over and over again from all these predators that are online. So it really helped us as a police agency not to have to handle so many things and then direct our attention to where it needs to be with law enforcement. So if I could, I'll have Alice and Caitlin come up. Alice is in Wyoming Police Department. That's where she's housed. However, it's open to everybody in the area. Caitlin is going to be, hopefully, with your approval, will be in office here in Ottawa County, right here by the Sheriff's Department, like I said, outside the door, so that we can make those. What we learned in Missouri was the rural areas couldn't come in so far because our office was further away. So our goal is to start putting these all over further and further out so that our victims that can't make it can make it to a closer spot. So I'll let Alice start.
Thank you so much for having me this evening. Like Adam said, my name is Alice Guillory, and I'm the victim advocate and mentor for Wyoming Police Department and employed by Crisis Aid International. I have had the privilege of being able to see clients since January of last year. And part of what I do is the victim advocacy, which provides crisis intervention and access to resources to trafficked individuals, but then also the mentorship side of the program, which really we focus on educating kiddos and being that prevention and intervention measure. So there are kind of 6 big pieces of the program that I focus on with the kiddos that I work with. It is online safety, really working out understanding what healthy relationships and healthy boundaries look like, really focusing on those critical thinking skills, as well as developing their self-confidence, self-esteem, and if necessary, if there's any past trauma, helping them to understand how that past trauma may be influencing their current behaviors and causing those vulnerabilities. The program itself is very holistic in that it really it adheres to each child's individual learning style and ability. So we do see kiddos up until age 25 to encapsulate those ones that are coming out of foster care, because we are seeing those youth that are experiencing ACEs, so those adverse childhood experiences, are more often than not the ones that we are seeing as part of the program. So there is that 6-piece portion to it. However, that my services don't stop there. I will be involved in their lives as long as they want me or need me to be. So yeah, overall, it's been a blessing to be able to see the kiddos go from the way I see them initially to coming out positive and that much more confident in their lives. And as a resident of Ottawa County myself, I couldn't be more excited at this opportunity to be able to serve the people of this community. So thank you so much.
And I'm Caitlin Blue. I just wanted to introduce myself. I am going to be, hopefully with your approval, the new advocate for Ottawa County. I have previous experience at the Juvenile Detention Center and working with those who have experienced past traumas. And more recently, I've been working out of the Public Defender's Office of Muskegon County. So I'm confident in my abilities to help serve Ottawa County.
Just to add one more thing. So on our safe home that's going to be built here in Kent County, that's going to house up to 20, so 10 juvenile and 10 adults. Of course, everything's separate. We have it being constructed, and hopefully this shovel hit the ground in May. So.
Good. First, I'd like to thank the 3 of you for being here this evening and presenting to the board. And I guess I can open it up to the board if you have any questions at this point, or if you have them later on, feel free to reach out to me also.
I do have mine.
Commissioner Rhodey. Yeah.
I guess I would just like to hear a little bit more about your safe house and if that's something that Ottawa County would be accessing as well when needed.
Yeah, so the house will be set up, it's accessible to anyone, any county. It could be Detroit could call, St. Louis could call. Because sometimes, unfortunately, we know, and that's why we network with other homes, other places, is we know sometimes somebody's got to leave Detroit or they got to leave St. Louis to get away from their traffickers, get away from that danger. So we often swap and trade people. So it is open to anybody. And so are the advocates. So even though Caitlin would be here in Ottawa and Alice is in Kent, I mean, somebody from another county, it's the only limitations are the distance that people will be able to travel to get there.
Okay. I'm super excited about this program. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Ebel, yeah, go for it.
I have another question. So, are you also communicating with hospitals like Holland Hospital, emergency room? And because I know a lot of them, are taken to hospital ERs and then their trafficker is right there in the room and they can't really have the liberty to speak. Are you, maybe you already doing this as far as how you communicate with hospitals and places like that, where they bring them to ER?
Yeah, so as the program grows, so originally it was just Alice. So Alice is making all the connections. She's trying to see people. The model that we did in St. Louis was, it started the same way. It started out with one person and now we have 6. And as that need grew, just like Caitlin coming in, we'll reach out to more people. What we don't want the program is not designed like a lot of governmental programs where, okay, you got 30 minutes, let's go. What it is the children need the time. Sometimes they just want somebody to listen to them. If it's a half an hour, it's a half an hour. If that kiddo, that's their attention span, but they want to sit there for 3 hours and talk about what they need to talk about. The advocates will spend the 3 hours. So we reach out to a lot of communities. I'll let Alice talk about the ones that we're already communicating with, and those will be expanded further and further as we build further and further out. Want to say who we chat with?
Commissioner, able to answer some of your questions as far as law enforcement here in Ottawa County, working with the hospitals. Our relationship with Holland Hospital, North Ottawa, and Corwell Spectrum over the last several years has just expanded to be on the best of the best. Our communications with the ER personnel, even if they are suspicious of something, they will reach out to, like the Holland Police Department, they'll reach out to us. When we come in, our people are trained. And again, we work with detecting, like you said, if the perp, we call them, is in the room, of how we work around that. And again, I really commend, especially the nursing staff, and for those of you that have been there, that pick up on this and notify us, so we can come in and intervene properly. But again, the communications with the hospitals are fantastic, and the staffing at the hospitals here in our area are also a tremendous asset for us, but just very willing to come forward and help people.
Commissioner Rhodey.
Could you guys just share a little bit about how you work with not only the children, but the families?
Sure. So in regards to working with both the children and the families, I most definitely I should say we know that Caitlin is here, make a point to provide positive parenting resources to families, parents especially, and the internet safety education tools so that they are able to help address any problems that the child may be experiencing if I can't be available to them. But then also being a support for families, because the child is going through it, but the family is also going through it too. So any way that I can help, can help provide safety and stability is our ultimate goal as well, if that answers your question.
It does. I just wanted to highlight the fact that you guys really wrap around entire family systems and not just the child.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means also referring to any outside resources that may be necessary. So counseling, family counseling for sure, if that is something that's needed, any support groups, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Can I?
Commissioner Godfrey. Yeah.
Just curious, more kind of informational. So you're referral based, and we talk about health systems, but probably other referral bases as well. places where you receive
Like referring in.
referring into you. And then how do they do that?
Yeah, so basically, I've had referrals from like Network 180, different CACs, whomever is working with vulnerable youth or those who are being trafficked, most definitely can refer in. It is a form, typically a one-page form that would be submitted. Otherwise, they can contact me directly if that is the easiest thing, or Caitlin, of course, when she officially is seeing clients. But yeah, just one form, if that is helpful for you.
That is helpful. And then schools, are you reaching out to schools as well?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So again, of course, I'm the only one right now.
Right
So
now,
once we
yeah.
get more, it'll be a little bit more reaching out. But yeah, any population or any professionals who are working with youth and are on that ground level and able to see the vulnerabilities can most definitely refer in.
Thank you.
And just to add, and you can go to the referral form or refer in from ussafe.org is on the website, should be on the paperwork. And then on there too is Cindy Malat, her phone number should be on there, which you can call directly and she can get a hold of people. Our goal is to make this, right now Alice is the only one, we keep saying that, but as we add that, probably around that third person, this will be a 24-hour response. When the safe home here, 100%. If an officer comes across somebody at 2 o'clock in the morning, because that's when that often happens, they'll have somewhere to take them directly, as opposed to back to our offices for hours and hours while we're waiting, to find some place to place them or put them. They'll be able to drive straight to the facility and bring the girls in.
Volumes, that's another question. Obviously you're adding people, so I suspect that there's a volume increase, number of people that you're seeing or interacting with.
I don't think it's necessarily an increase. It's just that what we're doing isn't out there yet. So as people find out more and more what we're doing, how we're doing, that word of mouth goes around. Like we've already been asked, Kent County would like to have one embedded in with their human trafficking unit at their office as well. So fingers crossed, we hopefully be doing that in a few months. So is just keep adding those in where they need to be.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions?
If I
Commissioner
could
Kerrstra.
add one quick comment. Crisis Aid International will also come in and train our entire staff. We will open it up to the local law enforcement agencies here in Ottawa County. So they'll come in and educate our staff as to what resources are available, how to properly run through the program to get somebody into it. The school resource officers will all be trained also. And they've already had some extensive training from the schools and working with the children in the schools. I'm sorry, did I cut somebody off?
No, that's fine. I just wanted a quick comment. When I first heard about this program, I just got really, really excited because of the fact that West Michigan, there is a huge need for this, and there's a tremendous amount of organizations that raise awareness, but they don't actually, there's nothing that really does anything about it. They raise the awareness, people know about it, and then there's really nothing. So this program, it raises the awareness, but then they also help and are a solution. So I'm just very excited about this program.
Does anybody else have any questions?
This is just referrals, so would you also be maybe contacting churches and places like that as well? Because sometimes they come for counseling and.
Yes, the goal is, as we're growing out more and more, make more contacts. In St. Louis, we have our children's hospital, mental health, they all refer in. We have 2 major children's hospitals there. They all refer in. Children's Services refers people in. Police departments refer them in. The Family Council refers people into programs. So as we grow, we will add more and more organizations that we spread the word. Because if you spread the word too fast, you wind up with that overwhelming, and then it doesn't serve the purpose of the program. So all those will be involved: churches, schools, police. We've been in Missouri, of course, we know a lot of people there, so it made it a lot easier. But we definitely involve all those as we grow. Just like one of the things Kent County was like, man, we need somebody 24 hours a day because they're picking up these trafficking victims with their task force there. And we're like, yeah, but it's Alice. So we got, Caitlin coming in, hopefully this third person, then that's our ultimate goal, is to be available at any time. In Missouri, it's that way. Somebody calls at 2 a.m, we answer the phone, we go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, thank you very much. for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff
Great.
Kemper.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, take a quick recess, come back at 9:20. I will call this meeting back to order. Thank you for the break. Okay, we are up to number 6, approval of agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Support?
Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a couple amendments to the agenda, please. First one is I'd like to make a motion to place on the agenda the motion to approve the 2023 memorandum of understanding for the Community Health Needs Assessment Contract and Funding that was approved at the February 7th Finance meeting.
I'll support that.
There's been a motion and support. By chance, do you have that written down, Doug? That I could see it, or could you just restate it so I could write it down, please?
Sure. The motion again?
Yeah, to place on the agenda.
It's on the agenda, the motion that we had passed back in February 7th, the motion to approve the 2023 memorandum of understanding for the Community Health Needs Assessment Contract and Funding. Sorry about the long title, but that's straight from the
Yeah,
agenda,
it's
from
okay.
the finance agenda.
Yeah, totally.
That was approved at the February 7th finance meeting.
Motion to place on the agenda to approve the 2023 memorandum of understanding. Could you keep going with that?
With the Community Health Needs Assessment Contract and Funding.
Community Health Needs Contract and Funding.
Correct. I'm just reading straight off from the action request from finance.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion and support to place on the agenda to approve the 2023 memorandum of understanding for the Community Health Needs Contract and Funding. We get some vigorous discussion, please.
Sure. I just want to reiterate that, I understand there are commissioners that may still be looking at this issue, and I definitely want to respect their time and be respectful of their work. But, we have a multitude of partner agencies, and I think we also, need to be respectful of their time and efforts. It's been every 3 years, so it's been a long process up to now. So I think there's a balancing thing where, we saw this on February 7, passed unanimously, was on consent for the next business meeting. Like I said, I understand that folks may still be looking at this, but we also have partner agencies that we also have to be respectful of as well. So just kind of balance those two things and hope we can get a vote on that.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Bergman.
I think that these people need an answer, and I think they deserve an answer. We either vote yes or no and give them an answer. For us to be holding off is detrimental for them, but I think it reflects badly on us as well.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Cosby?
And I concur. I think it is really important that we are able to, go forward with this, but I've asked on a number of occasions for full transparency of the questions, because this is data that's collected or, and then it's actionable data, and we look at it comparatively every 3-year cycle and make determinations about what are we progressing? Are we not progressing? Do we have new health issues that are arising? Do we have programs associated with that? So I just want to know the questions. What are the questions that build to that executive summary that happens to be on the website? It's pretty simple, but we're told here that we don't have that completed, finalized yet in an email. That's all I want. And it's not that we're going to change the questions. It's more just for the public awareness. This is good work.
Okay.
It's good work.
My understanding was that your questions, which I totally, respect, had been answered by the health department.
No, I think there's some missing questions yet.
Okay.
Any other comments? Discussion? Any commissioner can make comments or discussion. There's no restriction. Okay, seeing none, I guess we will go to a vote.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Terpstra,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the amendment fails.
So
Thank you.
basically, we've told them
Could-
we're not moving forward.
Commissioner Zylstra, I think you had a second motion.
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to place on the agenda a motion to amend the 2023 board rules, Rule 6.3, Section 11, additional business to expressly delineate two subsections, A, administrative report, and B, commissioner comments.
We have motion and support. Motion is to amend the 2023 board rules. Well, to add to the agenda.
In the board rules, just to delineate those two items.
Board rules 6.3,
Section 11.
section 11, to delineate.
Two subsections, A, administrative report, and B, commissioner comments.
Okay, we have motion and support to amend the 2023 board rules, 6.3, section 11, to delineate two subsections, A, administrative report, and B, commissioner comments. Is there discussion?
I guess kick this off here real quick. I'm aware that this exact item is not being brought up in committee first, but Rules Committee doesn't meet for another 6 months. I think there's a lot of public support for the idea of kind of having a firmly delineated commissioner comments. And for me, administrative report is definitely part of that in our board rules so that we as commissioners are guaranteed that we'll see this each and every agenda. I think there was, folks kind of, across the spectrum, showing support for that. Waiting until our next scheduled meeting in September to take this up again, even if it all gets passed, it's going to be until October. So to go, basically 3/4 of the year through without having what I think is basic guarantees. I mean, we've had this forever. The last 2022, placed those two items in our board rules. Commissioners could always count on them because they were kind of enshrined in our board rules. So.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this motion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonema.
I'm for transparency, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to show the public that we can work really well together and we can respect one another's opinions and we can do a good job of communicating from our districts, what we're hearing from our constituents. And I think this has been something that should be bipartisan and should be supported from both sides. It's very reasonable. It's been on the agenda for a long time. And I think people look forward to those comments. So I think we can do it in a respectful and meaningful and fruitful way. And I would love to see it come back to the agenda.
Any addition, Commissioner Bergman?
Well, speaking from my experience, we've had those comments and meetings attended on the agenda forever. And it has never been a problem. In fact, most of the time, there's only one or two comments, and those are comments about meetings attended, and they've been very beneficial to hear. I think Mr. Terpstra can allude to that as well. Typically, if there was an item that came up from one of the commissioners regarding something, an issue in their particular district, it was something that we took in and talked a little bit about, but it wasn't a contentious discussion. It shouldn't be a contentious discussion. So I see no reason for us to be eliminating that whatsoever. And we've certainly heard from the public enough tonight that they agree with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Terpstra.
Yeah, if once, I just refer back to 2019. Pretty boring years, but
Great year to come on the board though, right?
What was that?
Great year to come on the board though.
Yeah, it was a good time, but during that first year, that comment section was used just for comments. If something happened in your area, or if you're about to attend something, or if you're on the way here and you think of something, it was a great way just to have something answered, like the Justice Center or the power plant that's going to be closing. It's just kind of like one of those things where it's not necessarily a huge debate time, a grandstanding time, but it's just a great way for, you had those thoughts that you have on the way here, that we can just say it, and it's not, because we really don't always see each other together, or at least we're not supposed to. And it's just a way to have discussion. So it's just it's just a very simple way just to be open and just create a dialogue. So that's how I see it. I don't see this as anybody wanting to political grandstand or long drawn out debates. I'm not one for that. So it's just, that's what I got.
Anybody else? Commissioner Rhodey.
I guess I would just make a couple points. Because I think there's been a lot of misinformation about this out there. So a couple things. One is these items were not outlined in the rules for prior boards. Two, these were not outlined in the rules in 2023 for our current board. So there was never a removal of these items from the rules. They were never in the prior board's rules. They were not in our board rules. What is in there is an outline of a general outline of how the agenda should go. That has not changed. It's in there. Like there's been no change to the way our rules were outlined at the beginning of 2023. The administrator report has never not been on the agenda in 2023. That is an item that's being argued that is really a contrived argument. It's never not been on the agenda, and there's no intention to ever not have it on the agenda. There has been some contentious discussion under the item that I believe is really the item that's in dispute this year. And that you're right, historically, that's not what that item has been meant for. It's been just a report of what you've been doing, general comments, but that's not how it's been used in recent meetings. The fact, like, if we choose to not amend our rules, that does not mean that there will never be an administrator report. That doesn't even mean that we would never choose to put the comments back on the agenda again. But right now, the comments have not been used for healthy discussion. And so that's, but anyways, I guess the point I just want to make is that even if we do nothing, it doesn't mean these things are prohibited from coming up on our agendas again. So.
Commissioner Zalstra, what do you?
Clarification. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. I understand we all have subjective opinions and that's fine. But I mean, as I go back to 2022 board rules, section 2.4, 8E is report of the county administrator, 8F commissioner comments. And all I'm asking is that we maintain what we had in the past. Gives a guarantee to everybody that it's going to be on each agenda because it's stated right there in the board rules.
Okay, well, I stand corrected if that's in the 2022, but it's not in the 2023 and it never. has
No,
been.
because, yeah, I mean, that's the whole ask right here is to put that into the 2023 board rules.
Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, Vice Chair Rhodey, you just said a few different times there in your last comment that the comments have not been used for healthy discussion. Can you give us some examples of that?
Yes, you can go back and watch the videos and I think you'll see them.
No. Go ahead. Please tell us an example.
This right here, right now.
I'm just asking for evidence of what you're saying is an example. This is healthy conversation.
Well, typically, commissioners don't demand answers from other commissioners. You generally are directing your comments to the board chair. And it helps to keep things from not being a direct one-on-one debate about issues.
Sure, but you keep making an example that's happening. And so I'm wondering what you're referring to. So I get clarity because I haven't heard an actual example. I've heard you make the accusation, but I'm trying to understand the evidence or the example, which is
Okay.
why I'm asking.
Okay. Are you talking to the chair right now, or are you asking questions of another commissioner and demanding an answer?
I'm trying to get clarity on what your statement is.
And I'm giving it to you.
You haven't clarified anything.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that.
So moving on, let's see. I guess what I would say is I heard Commissioner Rhodey use the term contrived argument. I think maybe I might refer to some of this as manufactured crises, like manufactured crisis. The administrator update will, is never intended to be removed, as some have claimed. So for the public, just know the administrator report is an important part of our meetings. It's not part of the actual order of business in the board rules, but it does, I guess I'll say always, right, get put on the agenda, which is based on the order of business in the board rules. I've heard the word eliminating, that we want to go back to the way it was in the past. There's a lot of changes in 2023. I don't want to go back to the way it was in the past. I think we're course correcting, making some great changes and doing the business and the work of the people of Ottawa County. I guess the last comment I have is I'm really excited to hear the commissioner reports from one of the recent events that commissioners attended that was requested to be put on the agenda. And I'd welcome other people to, if they have updates or report of upcoming events or would like to recognize someone or something like that, to request it to be on the agenda according to the board rules, which help us run an organized meeting. Like one of the public commenters said, in Robert's rules, questions and comments need to be handled within an agenda item. So I guess that would be my comments on this. Anybody else? Commissioner Ebel.
When I'm looking at the agenda for today, I see that on item 12A and B, where it says additional business, there is a report from the county administrator. So it is already on the agenda, and it's been on the agenda, I think, since the beginning. And then item B is reporting on, well, for example, there was a Farm Bureau legislative breakfast, and it's already on the agenda for commissioners to speak about meetings that they've been to. So I think that we're already, it is on the agenda.
Any other comments? Otherwise, we have a motion to amend the agenda to, I guess, consider a motion that would amend the 2023 board rules 6.3, section 11, to delineate two subsections, A, administrator report, and B, commissioner comments. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Miss
Commissioner,
I was
I'm
just
sorry.
going to point out on Sunday evening, I did review meeting minutes in the meeting packets and minutes from 2022. I reviewed 15 different meetings and you did have commissioners' reports on there for the meetings that you went to, but not commissioners' comments. There have been a couple times I have written up reports for the meetings that I've attended. And because the length of our meetings and the opportunity for public comment, I didn't have an opportunity necessarily to speak up. I'm wondering if we would consider potentially those reports, we could add them in on long nights like tonight for, our packets, for instance, so the public can see that information. Just another kind of opportunity to exchange information without going an additional hour potentially or 30 minutes.
It's up to the chair, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah, we could definitely talk about that. That's great. Great idea. And with that, we'll go to the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bergman,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Belknap,
No.
Ms. Cosby,
No.
Mrs. Ebel,
No.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Terpstra,
Yes.
and Mr. Moss.
No.
And the amendment fails.
Okay, we are still on approval of agenda. Is there any additional discussion? Well, please go to, well, I guess we don't need a roll call for that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Moving on to 7 consent resolutions. Can I get a motion to accept the consent resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and support. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We are on to 8 public hearings, but seeing as we have none, we'll continue on past public hearings and go to 9 agenda and action requests. So looks like we have a few here from talent and recruitment. So I guess I would look for 9A, a motion to approve the nominations of 2 people to fill the general public vacancies beginning March 31, 2023 and ending March 31, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and support. Just a quick reminder before we go to discussion. When we vote on these, we vote by stating the names of the individuals that we're voting for, and the clerk will do an excellent job keeping track of all the names. Is there any discussion on these? Community Mental Health Board, public seat. I know we did go through some good discussion in talent and recruitment, which is a pretty large number of commissioners. So any last comments? Otherwise, I guess the clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. And this is a vote for 2. So start with Ms. Cosby,
Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher.
Mr. Bergman,
Donna and Kyle.
Mr. Zylstra,
Donna Bunce and Janet Young.
Mr. Bonema,
Bunce and Parcher.
Mr. Terpstra,
Donna, Kyle.
Mrs. Medema,
Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher.
Mrs. Ebel,
Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher.
Mr. Belknap,
Donna Bunce, Kyle Parcher.
and Mrs. Rhodey,
Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher.
Mr. Moss.
Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher.
And Donna Bunce and Kyle Parcher are nominated, selected.
All right, thank you. Moving to 9B. We have Community Mental Health Board Primary Consumer seat. Could I please get a motion to approve the nomination of one individual to fill the primary consumer vacancy beginning March 31, 2023 and ending March 31, 2026?
So moved. Second.
Right, motion and support. We do have two people on this and we're going to go to discussion. Commissioner Zylstra.
Mr. Chair, appreciate that. I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Medema for all her work on the subcommittee. And remind me again, the subcommittee members, Commissioner.
Commissioner Cosby, Commissioner Ebel, and
Okay.
myself.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate all your work. I will be voting for Dorothy Hendricks. And I think we talked about this in committee. She's been on the CMH board since just last fall. And Jason has, Mr. Monroe has a good depth of experience as well, but I just want to respect Dorothy's time on our board. So thank you again.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Mr. Belknap,
Jason Monroe.
Ms. Cosby,
Jason Monroe.
Mr. Bonema,
Jason Monroe.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Jason Monroe.
Mr. Zylstra,
Dorothy Hendricks.
Mr. Terpstra,
Jason.
Mrs. Medema,
Jason Monroe.
Mrs. Ebel,
Jason Monroe.
Mr. Bergman,
Jason Monroe.
and Mr. Moss.
Jason Monroe.
Jason Monroe is selected.
All right, moving to 9C, Groundwater Board Agricultural Sector seat. It's a suggested motion to approve the nomination of one person to the agricultural sector vacancy beginning January 1, 2023 and ending December 31, 2025. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and support. Any discussion for this groundwater agricultural sector seat? Had some good discussion during talent and recruitment. So since there's none now, we'll go to a vote. Commissioner Rhodey.
Sorry, I'm just late on that one. I just want to clarify that, that Joe Bush, we're on the, I'm sorry. Next one. Thank you.
Yep.
Next one.
Any other comments on agriculture sector seat? We'll go to a vote.
Oh, sir. Ms. Cosby,
Jerry Geertman.
Mr. Bergman,
Jerry Garrettman.
Mr. Zylstra,
Jerry Geertman.
Mr. Bonema,
Jared Geertman.
Mr. Terpstra,
David Moran.
Mrs. Medema,
Jerry Geertman.
Mrs. Ebel,
Jerry Gertman.
Mr. Belknap,
Jerry Gertman.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Jerry Gertman.
and Mr. Moss.
Jerry Geertman.
And Jerry Geertman is selected.
All right. Okay, moving to 9D, Groundwater Board Utilities and Engineering seat. There's a suggested motion to approve the nomination of one person to fill the Utilities and Engineering vacancy beginning January 1, 2023 and ending December 31, 2025. And get a motion.
So moved. Second.
Motion and support. We have any discussion? Commissioner Medema.
Just as Chair of Talent and Recruitment, just wanted to share a little bit of information at our Talent and Recruitment meeting that we had last week. Joe Bush was actually here, our Water Resource Commissioner, to discuss why we were selecting the other individual. We actually had a lot of discussion before the interview and during the interview with Joe Bush, and with his recommendation, as well as our consideration and conversation. He said that he had already been attending the groundwater meetings, and he really wanted to provide another spot for a community member to serve. And so he wanted to, he would like to participate as a non-voting at-large member. And that was why we chose to go with, to recommend to this board, Henry Worksma. So if anyone wants to take a peek at the video when Joe was here, it can be found on Talent and Recruitment from his own voice. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Chairman Moss, I just had another comment that for the future for this groundwater board, I think it makes sense that just by virtue of the Office of Water Resources Commissioner, that perhaps this board looks at its bylaws and to consider having that just kind of a standardized position of influence to work with that board, whether it's Joe Bush or whomever in the future.
Has there been any discussion on that already? Just wondering.
Well, we haven't had the first meeting yet.
Okay.
And that'll be later in April.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonema,
Bill Crabtree. Oh, I'm sorry, Henry Worksma.
Mrs. Ebel,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure I get the right name here. Henry Worksma.
Mr. Bergman,
Henry Worksma.
Mrs. Medema,
Henry Worksma.
Mr. Terpstra,
Henry.
Ms. Cosby,
Henry Worksma.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Henry Worksma.
Mr. Zylstra,
Henry Worksma.
Mr. Belknap,
Henry Worksma.
and Mr. Moss.
Henry Worksma.
Henry Worksma is selected.
Wonderful. All right. We'll move to 9E, Solid Waste Planning Committee, Industrial Waste Generator Seat. It's a suggested motion to approve the nomination of one individual to fill the industrial waste generator vacancy beginning January 1, 2023 and ending December 31, 2024. I get a motion, please.
So moved.
Support.
So motion and support. Any discussion? Commissioner Bonema.
Yeah, just as the commissioner that's on this committee, I just want to say, I think Bill Crabtree will do a great job and I'm excited to work with him on it.
And to that point, seeing that there's only one person, we'll skip the roll call and do a voice vote. All in favor of William Crabtree to fill the position, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Okay. Item 10, committee reports. We will blaze right through, go to 11, our second opportunity for public comment. So if there's anybody who would like to come forward and address the board, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
I'm Michael Kuras, Spring Lake Township. I'd like to thank the board for allowing one of its members, Roger Bergman, to attend the retirement of John Nash from the Spring Lake Township Board. I am proud to live in Spring Lake Township. It's one of 17 townships in Ottawa County. It's one of the 1,240 townships in the state of Michigan. They have formed an association, and that association has created a very high standard and award to go with it, singling out well-run, best-run county townships in Michigan. Spring Lake Township was the first township to receive that award. Spring Lake Township was the first township to receive that award twice. Spring Lake Township is the only township in the state of Michigan to have received it 3 times. That didn't happen by accident. It was a consequence of sustained and very good leadership, most importantly by the township supervisor. So I am very grateful that the board and other members of the county, the sheriff's department was represented. Joe Bush, that we were just discussing a moment ago, was represented. Spring Lake Township is a model for a well-run municipal organization, and I just wanted to call attention to John Nash's retirement. It would have been something, I suppose, that might have been included in commissioner comments at the end of meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
David Moran. First thing I'd like to address is the money issue that keeps getting thrown around about how much money you spend on administrators and all this kind of stuff. I'm disappointed. Nobody came here and complained about the, what is it, 55, $60 million that was spent between August, the primary, and January 1st. Wages, a chump change. Same wages as the previous administrator. Might have a few other perks. Total different scenario. Daniel in the lion's den. Let's not kid ourselves. We know what it is. We know the issues. It's not easy. I pray for Mr. Gibbs to have wisdom and steadfastness, that the fiery darts that are thrown at him will be quenched and he'll be able to do the job that's required of him. That being said, it's probably not politically good for me, but I'm going to tell you, I'm disappointed tonight because I don't lie. You're setting yourself up for some situations that I'm afraid are going to cause severe problems. Well, some of you might now want to be questioned why you vote the way you do or how you do your things you do. That is exactly why you're sitting where you are, is to be questioned. You don't have to answer. It's one of the first rules you learn when you get on the board is you don't have to say anything to anybody. But make no mistake, the people out here are watching. We aren't fools. We know how things work. I'll never forget on January 6th, when I seen Mr. Pence, Vice President Pence elbow Nancy Pelosi. And it really hurt me because I drove Mr. Pence around when in his motorcade when he was here, and it was a highlight of my life. It was really important to me. The goal is to get things right in this community. Bottom line. The previous board did not do that. I know what they were and how they operated. The 11-0 votes are not a good thing. It might seem to these people that 11-0 is a good thing. It's not. I like 6-5 better. But make no mistake, you don't answer to me, you answer to the people who put you here. And you're here for a short period of time. And you will be judged based upon what your actions are when you sit here. Not by me, by one who is the supreme judge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Dan Vandenbosch, City of Holland. I didn't have a chance to come up on January 3, but I wanted to express to the board how much I appreciate everything that you guys have done, from closing DEI and getting rid of the just divisiveness that brought to our county. And I also want to say I'd support Nathan Kelly for health officer. Some of the stuff that I've seen come out of our health department is repugnant. It is beyond reproach. I'm a father. I have 2 daughters and 1 on the way right now. And I worry about the world that they're going to grow up in if we continue to see in our health department what we've seen in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mary Bachheim, Talmadge Township. I am stunned. 21 people came up to this microphone today and said they wanted commissioner comment. And none of you listened. None of you heard their voices. I am so disappointed. You're so for transparency, and Ottawa Impact isn't what's, driving you. And yet when the public says to you, this is what I want, you ignore them. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Barbara Van Horsen, Grand Haven, and Momentum Center. There were just some comments that were made tonight, particularly in public comment, that may have left some of our residents feeling alienated, alone, mocked. We also had a really important conversation. I'm very grateful for the work of crisis aid, but those conversations can be triggering for people. And so I just want to reach out to anybody who might be watching this meeting and struggling to remind them that 988 is the mental health crisis hotline, and to encourage them to make that call if they need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I continue to be concerned about the legal advice that the county is receiving from corporate counsel. Hubman Legal Group, in a court filing dated March 24th, is alleged to have refused to approve a contract with a dental provider because it includes anti-discrimination provision. My understanding is that the role of corporate counsel is to protect the legal interests of the county. How is denying dental services to constituents in the best interest of this county? Denying services to someone because of a sexual discrimination clause is not just horrendous legal advice, it's callous. As you look around the room and consider all the people that you met while you were campaigning and since you've got this role, would you deny any of them dental services? The supposed legal advice being received is costing the county way more than the $225 an hour we are paying them. It is going to have negative long-term health impacts for our neighbors who don't otherwise have access to dental care. I encourage you to direct corporate counsel to approve the contract with MCDC and not to impose their personal views on county business.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Karen Opus, Spring Lake. I guess I just want to add my voice to the other person here who said she was very disappointed that the board did not decide to put the commissioner comments back on the agenda. I've mentioned this so many times, but I grew so much as an individual, just talking to people in my community. I didn't have to agree with them. They didn't have to agree with me, but some of my most memorable conversations have always been in the spirit of free and open dialogue. And instead, what I saw here from some of the commissioner comments that did not want to see this back on the agenda, was just a lot of thin skin and seeing contention where I don't think there was any that I ever observed, and I have watched and or been at every one of these meetings. So I'm just really disappointed again that that was not allowed to be back on the standing agenda. I think we all lose something because of that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Donna Marie, guys, I know it's getting late, but I just wanted to say that I completely support the 6 that stick together, stay strong, stick together. I found it frustrating as a tax-paying constituent with the last board when I felt that I had 0 representation at all. And the people who now all of a sudden are coming to these meetings, clearly they felt that they were represented by the last board. So guess what? Welcome to our world. This is how democracy, as you like to call it, works. We vote in new people. And fortunately, you guys are strong. You stick together for the most part. I love it. And I would be very frustrated if you weren't sticking together. I also want to dispel this whole Open Meetings Act violation once and for all. There were no Open Meetings Act violations. Your Queen Dana Nessel even found that there were no Open Meetings Act violations. So I just want to dispel that rumor because it just keeps coming up. Additionally, as far as discussing, I've heard lots of discussion here over the issues. So I personally don't see what the problem is. And again, I'm thankful for this new board and I'm glad that the old board is gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Amen to what Donna said. Thank you, board. We appreciate all of your efforts and like the open conversations as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. My name is Aaron Compagner, precinct delegate, Jamestown, precinct 1, district 4. I really just want to come up here and throw my support behind Mr. Gibbs, who is getting attacked unnecessarily. It's really mind numbing. I also want to, I wonder why, if I question people's listening skills, there has been much debate and talking about some of these things, and people come up here and pretend like it didn't happen because they're not listening. And it just is mind numbing to me. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Harvey, welcome.
Me again, Harvey Nickel, Jennison. In my research, I came across some things. I have to apologize right now. I didn't come prepared for this, but there was a resolution passed by the Ottawa County Commissioners back in either 2015 to 18, somewhere in there, that required all children to be having all the vaccines recommended by I think the CDC or the health department. I've now learned that there is not a single child vaccine that has ever had been tested in a random controlled trial. That means the parents are giving a total unknown. They have been tested against other vaccines. So there's always been an improvement. So we're shooting our children with these unknowns, and I disagree with the statement 2 weeks ago. Yes, autism is going sky high, and it loads right in line with the required vaccines. I hope that you go back and find that resolution and resend it. And if you want to make a resolution, require all clinics, all doctors to give all the side effects that could be happening with those children instead of forcing them to take something into their child. Yes, there is an exemption, but you know how those would go. A lot of college students were refused exemptions to go to school. Another thing is they've changed definition. Do you know that they changed the definition of a pandemic and removed the requirement of excess deaths? 2017, US deaths, 2.81 million. 2018, 2.84 million. 2019, 8.85 million. 2020, 8.82 million. That was during the pandemic. We had no excess death. We had deaths. They just relabeled them all. They gave a gunshot wound as a COVID death. Yes, COVID is real. People died of COVID. They definitely did because it was created. They also redefined the vaccine. No longer are vaccines required to give you immunity. And we now have these vaccines, and the death rate in this country is anywhere 10 to 12, the excess death rate is 10 to 12% above what we had in 2020. In Australia, the death rate is the highest in 100 years in excess death. New Zealand, higher than 80 years. The excess death rate in the European Union is 17% above the excess death rate normal. What happened in 2021 that would cause all this excess death of this so-called vaccine, which is not a vaccine? They redefined it as a vaccine. Please look into these things and do not let this happen in our county. Stop whatever is doing to the kids in our counties.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone online?
One public comment online, Mr. Chair.
Oh, we have one more in person.
Sorry.
Welcome.
But you spoke lightly of the exemption. And that is.
We need to address the board chair, please.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
The exemptions are real. My grandkids aren't vaccinated. Parents can do their homework and have exemptions for that. So I'm not.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple of public comments online and some additional vigorous debate after the meeting.
First public comment we have is Joe Spalding. Joe, if you could just state your name and jurisdiction, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, my name is Joe Spalding. I live in Holland Township where I currently am. And once again, I just wanted to be very, very clear about this because the message may have gotten lost the last time I said it, but vaccines do not cause autism. In fact, there's the very interesting lady that spoke earlier that said that she was an occupational therapist, which is a pretty cool job, helping some autistic folks out, and why the parents thought that autism was caused by vaccines at the time. And that's because that was prior to 2013 when the research started showing that the previous research was fabricated and that there was actually no statistical link between vaccines and autism. So the parents were just misinformed. That's secondhand misinformation, and it's very, very telling about what type of information anti-vaxxers use when they try to do their research on YouTube. For the board, though, Joe, I just wanted to say that unlike some other folks that spoke earlier, I wasn't disappointed. I had absolutely no belief that you guys were going to do the right thing on a very, very simple issue involving transparency. And it's doubly interesting because you all violated that weird contract that you made, which I very clearly have said isn't worth the paper it's written on. And you guys demonstrated it today very, very clearly. And no amount of excuses or opining or word salad from Sylvia Rhodey is going to change that. And that's what we got. Just like we got like 6 minutes of word salad from Gretchen about holding up the CMH funding the other night when she said, Mr. Spalding, I really wish you were here. You guys are still screwing the pooch on that. Perhaps you should stop messing around with $500,000 of funding for community mental health. And perhaps you guys should do your jobs. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir. Is there anyone additional who would like to give public comment?
I think we have one more. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
My
Sorry.
mistake. Ronnie, if you could just state your first and last name and your jurisdiction, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Ronnie Allen in Allendale. Can you hear me? Thank
Yes.
you to all of you for all the hard work you're doing. I agree with the sentiment that the lack of unanimity is a good thing and the robust debate is good. Thanks for all of that discussion and debate within the board and also the public opportunity for comment. And thank you for not silencing dissent. Thank you for providing some structure so this board can adhere to its purpose and get the job done. Thanks for everything you're doing and have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. One more?
We do have another one.
One
This is
more.
A popular meeting. Jewel Wickman, if you could just state your first and last name and your jurisdiction, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jewel Wickman, Ferrysburg. I wanted to just comment regarding financial transparency. During COVID, there was an influx of Medicaid funds to help the people that are on Medicaid that are served by Community Mental Health of Ottawa County. In the board notes in fiscal year 2022, there were no changes in programming for the people. The board was fully aware that they had that CMH had capped the rates for individuals who chose to self-direct their services. But what the board was aware of that they did not question is that there were staff raises that were given. They didn't ask for full disclosure of how much money was given to the staff. It appears that the staff was given $20,000 to $40,000 in the last, since COVID. But again, there were no additional assistance to the people. So I would ask that there were also multiple staff bonuses, specifically in the board notes, 2% cost of living adjustment for the staff, 3% estimated increase in health benefits, 31% increase in retirement and pension funding. And again, it states in the board notes, but no changes in CMH programming, which is meant to help the people. So I would ask that the current board ask the right questions and provide the financial oversight on the allocations of how the money is being spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments online or in person? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 12, additional business. First, On the agenda is a report from the county administrator. Administrator Gibbs.
Thank you, Chair Moss. My report is similar to previous ones in that everything is continuing, specifically the process of continuing to get to know our great staff, our directors, and our elected officials. I'm doing brown bags every week with different departments, both here in this building as well as at our different facilities all around the county. Those are a great time where any employee can come and we have lunch together and they can ask any questions they want. So speaking of transparency, I'm very happy to do that. Very happy to answer people's questions in that manner. So have one tomorrow at noon, as a matter of fact, and next week and pretty much every week for the next several months. So very happy to do that and get around and just let people know who I am and see my face. I do regular meetings, of course, with the directors and the elected officials, usually on a monthly basis, if not more. That's been, again, a very good process for getting to know what the state is of everybody's departments and what the needs are and how I can best serve them and help us keep moving forward in the right way. So those have been good. I have lots of external stakeholder meetings as well. For example, I am on the board of the Kent, Ottawa, Muskegon Foreign Trade Zone, which for companies that export a lot, it is meant to help them keep a lot of their business in America instead of having to go overseas, and gives them some tax benefits for that. So very glad to be part of that effort and several other organizations as well. So it's important to have our county represented with many of these groups so they know that we're in the game and we have those relationships. I'm very happy to do that. I've mentioned before that the budget process is a big thing. That's where that I'm always looking at as we head into that, and we'll be having more meetings about that going forward. And of course, the board will be the ultimate ones who decide how that goes. But getting to know the needs of all the departments and what the priorities are for the board as well. So I think it's going to be a very good process. And then I would also like to talk about a theme that has come up. I think the current board, as well as myself, are maybe a little bit more hands-on than has been the case in the past. That does take more time. It takes more manpower and more woman power, and it takes more CPU processor bandwidth, if one may say it that way, to be hands-on and to really look at things. And I really enjoy that, and I think it's a good process. It's going to continue. But because we are, especially myself as the administrator, being a little bit more hands-on, that does require a lot of effort. I want to make sure that we're well tooled up for that, and I think we are. So I'm very happy with how this process is going. I'm very happy with the relationships. That's a key part of what this is all about. So as I'm always meeting with the directors and the elected officials, that is a really good way to make sure that we know what's going on as we look at the numbers together and look at programs together. So I think that's going well. So this is everywhere around the country. Lapeer County, they had 6 out of 7 commission seats change. I even heard someone talking about Kansas or something. They had a huge shift there. I mean, we're seeing this all around the country. And I think you're seeing that the people, regular everyday folks who might not have known what was going on in their county before COVID, now were forced to be woken up when they started messing with their kids. And so now people's eyeballs are on things, and that is bringing a different level of oversight that we've had in the past. And so I'm very thankful that the vast majority of people in Ottawa County appreciate that, that we are being more hands-on and looking at things, and I have no problem with it whatsoever. It's very interesting, the comments out there about me replacing a staff member, not even a new person. The first time they've ever been concerned about government spending, most of these folks. So it's quite fascinating, but it's all for good reason. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Zylstra.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. Administrator Gibbs, or maybe even council, I'm not sure who would be best to answer this. I wonder if you have an update on the My Community Dental Center contract. I know there may be an update on that, just to kind of let folks know what we're doing with that contract.
As we spoke earlier, Commissioner Zylstra, we had the opportunity to review that contract, and there were certain language that had to do with discrimination. The legislature on the state level did pass a law to include sexual orientation. The thing is, they did not give it immediate effect. So the law doesn't come into effect until April of 2024. We will be providing additional language to the health department to resolve the problem.
Do you want to be more specific or just wait till then?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? This is the opportunity to go to the administrator and ask any question that you'd like.
I guess if I-
Commissioner
Yes, if
Zylstra.
I'm being given the opportunity, I will take it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just the memorandum of agreement on the Michigan Public Health Institute contracts. We approved them, I think, August of last year. I think there's some mini grants that are still out there that still need some signatures, and just we can get an update on that.
Yeah, those are still going through. I don't know if anyone has any updates on where those are in the process, I think. But those are definitely in the process of being reviewed right now.
Okay, but I mean, do those contracts fall under your purview, or where do those fall, I guess? Sorry.
As you know, our process goes through lots of different folks, including myself. I believe I have signed those already, so I think they're at the next stage in the process.
Oh, okay. Sure. What is the next stage in the process? Sorry.
Whoever signs them next in our system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would that, I mean, where would they go after? I thought you would be the last signature on those.
I'm not the last signature.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? No? Okay. Well, we do have one more opportunity here for some commissioner comments on the Ottawa County Farm Bureau legislative breakfast that was held on March 24. Maybe I know a few people attended. This was one of the items requested. This was the only item requested to be put on this part of the agenda. So I'd love to hear some updates. Sure the public would too. Go for it, yeah.
Yes, I was one of the attendees at the legislative breakfast, and I believe it was at the Red Shed. Is that the name? I got that right? Okay. It was my first opportunity to go there. I think for me, it was nice. It was casual. It was an opportunity to sit round tables as electeds, as well as many from the Farm Bureau that have membership with them, many farmers. So during a breakfast, you're able to have informal conversation with one another and talking to each other about questions you might have, or just building that rapport. And then afterwards, after the breakfast, still sitting at our tables, there was a time where electeds could be asked questions, like state representatives could be asked questions specifically about maybe what things were coming down the line at the state level. It was also an opportunity for us as commissioners to start hearing some different things that maybe some of the farmers wanted us to be more aware of locally. So I mean, it was just a good opportunity, very casual environment. Yeah, good, I guess, social opportunities to build those connections.
Anybody else? Commissioner Rhodey.
So I just echo Allison's sentiments. It was really good to meet with the farmers and to have some conversation around federal, state, local issues impacting them, and to hear from them, like, you know, what issues do they need help from us here locally. And that actually varied from even CMH issues to water. So some good conversations, and always appreciate learning more about a really important part of our county.
Anybody else? Commissioner Ebel.
Well, I was very, I really enjoyed it. I'm glad that it was casual, and it was a lot of people. And it was very chilly, but it was in a barn. And so they had these big heater things. It was awesome. But what I thought was really interesting was that we had representatives even fly in from Washington, DC. And we had people, senators and legislators coming from Lansing. And so I was able to meet them as well because I had not met them. And we had a lot of good discussions and very casual. And the food was good. But mostly, I guess what I really enjoyed was that I got to meet a lot of farmers and I got to meet a lot of people, and I was able to hear from them and what their concerns and issues. And I'm glad that they asked a lot of questions.
Anybody else? All right, well, I'll add that I really enjoyed attending. It was a lot of fun. And it was a lot of people, 100 people, maybe something like that, maybe more. Administrator Gibbs was there. It was pretty fun. All right, well, seeing as that is the last item on the agenda, we are adjourned.